Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson-Milton.
My favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000 foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Right. Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on, what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve, I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is, if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of, it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to take grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You've never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company, except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on.
Love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And even now I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information on our development programs. Email us at info@cvmsdc.org.
When you hear the word extraordinary, what words come to mind? Outstanding, above and beyond, yes, way above average, amazing, huge, right? Well, here's what I want to tell you. The only difference between ordinary and extraordinary is extra. The only difference between hot water and boiling water is 1 degree. You see, at 211 degrees, water is hot, right? 212 degrees, it boils. With boiling water comes steam. With steam, you can power a train. 1 degree. The only difference between winning and losing is belief. The only difference between a person living their full potential and not reaching their full potential is desire. Continue adding that little extra in your community. There's a difference between success and significance. Success is adding value to yourself. Significance is adding value to other people. The question you have to ask yourself there is, how can I add value to them? So you have to be intentional about how you're going to add value to that person. Everybody wants to know that you have something good planned for them.
1, 2, 3, down.
See, there were 2 guys that decided to take lunch. They were factory workers. And they sat down, and one guy reached in his lunch pail, and he pulled out a sandwich. And he looked at it and he says, oh my God, this is another bologna sandwich. He goes, I don't want another bologna sandwich. I hate bologna. Why do I keep having bologna sandwiches? His friend said, come on, man, just relax. He says, it's going to be okay. He says, next time, tell your wife, don't fix your bologna sandwich, and it'll be okay. He said, leave my wife out of this. I fix my own lunch every day. You see, the bologna that we have in our life, we pack it. The bologna that we pack in our lunch pail, we put it there. The question is, what bologna are you packing in your lunch pail every day? What bologna are you packing with you from last year into this year? And what bologna are you going to pack from this year into next year? This young lady right here, I got married when I was 19. She was 17, senior at Washington Marion High School. We didn't want bologna in our lives forever. We decided to live a life of significance and give back to our community that helped us every day. Not every other day, not some days, not most days, but every day to give back to someone else. The harder you fall, the higher you bounce back.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusiness.com. blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby, and I'm your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from all over, from North Carolina, from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. I will also be the next speaker for this session of the Black Business Network. And I wanted to talk a little bit about, so my focus in my business practice is on business growth coaching. And in working with clients and doing workshops and events and presentations, especially over these last 6-7 months, there has been a lot of anxiety, a lot of agita, a lot of worrying and hand-wringing about what's going to be happening with the economy, what's going on in the country, what's going on in the world, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And how is that going to impact my business? So I wanted to talk a little bit about that today. A workshop that I talk about business growth through recession, and what are the right strategies, the right objectives, the right purposes and practices to be using when you are dealing with an uncertain business environment. So from the conversation today, I want to really highlight a couple things and do a couple things. One is to help you stimulate some creativity so that you can identify new markets, generate new leads, for your business in good times, but especially also in struggling or worrisome times. How to tailor your offerings. So talk about how to tailor your offerings to increase the conversions or the actual sales, of your product and services. And most importantly, and as a result of those two things, how to grow your revenue and to grow your profits explosively or exponentially, not just incrementally, not just a little bit, but to really transform your business. So with that, I'll give a little bit of background about who I am and how do I come to some of the opinions and advice and suggestions that I provide to folks. So first, I have a long history and background and career in business, starting with my careers with Fortune 50 companies. I had an undergrad degree in engineering, mechanical engineering. Went back, got an MBA in human resources and operations management, and took that to really service in some industrial companies, International Paper Company, Mead Corporation, doing a lot of operations, manufacturing work, manufacturing design, manufacturing management, et cetera, manufacturing strategy, developing new operations. Then moving on to global operations and managing global operations on both the production side, but also on the services side. Got some experience with service businesses on the sales side with companies like PepsiCo, doing retail, restaurant, and retail consumer products marketing, and managing business units. But then on the financial services side, managing corporate operations, global operations for Citigroup, managing a regional banking business unit of $250 million for Citigroup, and then ultimately managing a global product business for JP Morgan Chase, doing a lot of new market entry, et cetera. So leaving corporate life, I then started really focusing on both businesses on my own, opening, running, operating my own entrepreneurial businesses, but also then coaching and consulting small and mid-sized business owners on how to run their businesses more efficiently. Also been an adjunct professor teaching, every course within the College of Business for a couple universities in the New York City area, for the CUNY system, as well as some independent universities as well. So the net of all of that is I know and understand business. I know the business of business. And so the things I'm going to talk to you about today are things that, I've done, in my career in all aspects and all avenues, whether working for myself or working for a big corporation, or supporting and coaching and advising small business owners and entrepreneurs like yourself out in the marketplace. And so one of the things that I really want to talk about is through recessions or times of struggle or times of uncertainty in the economy and the business, or in business, people always wonder, well, what should be the right strategy that I should be using? Do I dive in? Do I hold back? Do I hunker down? Is this the time to spend, or is this time to save? What do I need to do if I just want to survive this thing? What do I need to do if I want to thrive, through this thing? So first and foremost, I guess I want to define what a recession is, and not from the strict technical, economic technical definition of that, but more from the practical business perspective. And a recession is really any decline in the economy and economic activity over some extended period of time. And again, economists will tell you, exactly how many periods of time that will be, et cetera. As a business owner, you will feel that a little bit differently. It may not be a technical recession in some situations, and you will feel like it's a recession, that things are contracting and constricting and holding you back. So it's really about any decline in economic activity over some extended period of time. Typically, the causes of those can be anything from a supply shock, all of a sudden some vital, globally required material or supply shrinks up or disappears, or is at risk, whether that's a crisis in utilities, oil, gas, etc. It can be from a financial crisis. We had that in the 2008 timeframe, also in the 2001 timeframe. It can be an economic bubble bursting. That happened in the 2008 with the housing crisis. It can be from a natural disaster. That could be from a hurricane. That could be from the pandemic, something like the pandemic that happened in 2020. So the causes for a recession can be vast and various, but it's something that really impacts every either individual or organization within the social community, or every individual within the social community, which starts to change behaviors. And so recession is nothing more than, from my perspective, another form of a business crisis. And we should be used to crises or the management of crises in general. But I define a crisis as any event or any period that will lead to an unstable or a dangerous situation that affects you individually, or a group collectively, or the society as a whole. So it's any single event, any single period that could or might lead to that unstable, dangerous, situation. And the instability is and uncertainty is what really drives the recession aspects and the recession concerns of a social group, of an economic group. It's not knowing what's going to go on and the fear that there may be turmoil or struggles ahead. So usually a crisis metaphorically brings the end of something that currently is, and that's whatever was the old way, the old system, etc. But what it also does is ushers in the beginning of something to be, or something new. And that's something that we need to get our grips on kind of mentally and emotionally. So that a crisis can be both good and bad. Yes, it's going to be the end of something that we're currently used to, but it's going to be the beginning of something that's a new state, a new environment, etc. So typically, formerly successful ways of coping don't work any longer. And that's the whole idea behind the crisis, that, hey, what used to work generally won't work in this new environment, in this new situation. That's not always true, but that is often true with a crisis, and something we need to be concerned about or considering, in how we're going to manage. So what are our normal responses and reactions to crises as individuals, as people, as humans? And that really depends on our personalities and our paradigms, or our ways of looking at life in general. So some folks look at a crisis as a problem, and some folks look at crisis as an opportunity. Some folks look at crisis as something to ignore or to hide from. And some people look at crisis as something to embrace and address. Some people look at crises as something that they need to run from, flight, or some folks look at crises as something they need to hit head on or fight. And so where you come down on that spectrum as an individual will also shape how you're going to manage that or address that as an entrepreneur and the head of your business. So don't think you're going to be one way in your personal life and something completely different in your business. That's possible, but you tend to act the same way in both environments. And so you need to be aware of that as well. I will have a perspective on which way you should go with that, but the important thing is for you to understand what's your normal behavior when you're in a time of crisis. Is it to fight, or is it to flee? Is it to ignore, or is it to hit it head on? Is it to look at some problem to be solved, or some opportunity to be taken advantage of? From an emotional standpoint, our responses are also varied. Some people feel confused in a crisis. What do I do? Some people feel exposed or vulnerable, and therefore are a little bit anxious and a little bit wary of what they should be doing and why they should be doing it. Some folks are afraid. Some folks get angry. Some folks feel guilty. Some folks feel hopeless. Some folks feel helpless. So again, there's a range of those emotions. Not one is right or wrong, but it's important for you to understand how you're feeling through it so that you can navigate that to be effective in whatever your duty or task is going to require as the head of an organization. From a business strategic approach, my recommendation, or the reality is, before I get into recommendations, the reality is, from a business strategic approach to recessions, it's one of three. There's either a wait and see approach, a defensive approach, or a very aggressive approach. And I'll define each one of those and talk about some strategies in each. Wait and see. The wait and see strategy is one that you understand it from the words in the name or title of it. It's a take no action. Let's see what happens. And then we'll adjust or go back to business as usual. And it's one or the other. When people take a wait and see, what they're doing is, kind of looking at what's going on, trying to determine where the wind's blowing, see what's going to happen, see if they need to adjust or tinker their business a little bit. But their intention then is to get back to the way things were, business as usual, as fast as possible, as fast as the crisis will allow. Some businesses are immune to recessions. And because their products are always, needed or wanted. So think about it. If you're in the grocery industry, food industry, folks will always have to eat. They may eat a little bit less. They may buy down, in terms of the scale, buy more hamburger, less beef, less steak, buy more pork, less seafood, yada, yada, yada. So they may change a little bit about their behaviors or buying behaviors within that, but they're still going to frequent or service, the business. The same thing might be true for medical services or auto repairs, things that you can't do without, but you might look for ways to save a little bit more money on in times of recession. Some of those businesses actually thrive in times of recession. For example, auto repair businesses go up in revenue in recessions because auto sales typically go down and people try to hold on to their existing automobile a little bit longer and therefore do more repairs rather than simply replace. The reality about a wait and see strategy is that it really doesn't work. In almost every instance, a wait and see strategy is going to put you behind the 8 ball. You're not going to be ready or prepared. Your organization is not going to be ready or prepared for what's going on and what's coming up. And you're not going to be ready for the things after the fact, because no matter what happens or how severe the changes are through that crisis, when you come out the other side, there have been new strategies, new techniques, new technologies that have been created to address or to deal with that crisis, and you're not necessarily prepared for it. So they typically don't work, and your business typically takes a dive. There will be some dip, small or large, in your revenues, in your activity, in your appeal to the marketplace, etc. So my recommendation is never, never, never use a wait and see strategy. It's just not going to be useful and productive. Another typical strategy is the defensive strategy. And I always call that or label that the hunker down. So let's hunker down or ride it out strategy. Hunker down means let's just get in our bunker, our hole. Let's hold tight. Let's you kind of weather through this storm, however bumpy or shaky it might be. Same concept with the ride it out. Let's just ride this out. Let's not take any risks. Let's not extend ourselves at all. This is going to be a bumpy ride. Let's see if we can hold on tight and be able to ride this thing until its conclusion. And again, usually there's a concept of getting back, to things as usual after the crisis has gone and we've ridden it out or hunkered down throughout the course of it. Often within the hunkering down or riding it out, there's a focus on the back to basics. And you'll hear that term and phrase in many organizations. Let's get back to basics, which typically means let's cut costs. Let's be more efficient. Let's lower our yield losses, raise our quality levels. And by quality levels, again, I mean, let's not, increase our losses, let's, improve our efficiencies. And so back to basics really always is a term that bothers me, because if it's so basic, why'd you get away from it in the beginning? So you're really saying that you got away from something that you should have been doing all along, and you're now only doing it again. So it's not a strategy or approach or phrase that is really endearing to your staff or your organization. And it really should have you looking at what have been our practices all along that don't put us in a better position to be able to, move through, this current crisis, et cetera. So as I said before, it's a focus on efficiency and doing things the right way rather than are we doing the right things? So what are some examples of things that people do in this hunker down, ride it out, let's focus on efficiency? Sometimes they look to manage their vendors to reduce the cost of raw materials. Let's go talk to our vendors, see what they can do in terms of improving the efficiencies of those materials or the purities of those materials so that they work more efficiently in our operations, and we have fewer yield losses through the production process. Let's talk to our vendors to see if they might give us better terms so that we can reduce our carrying costs or our material costs. Will they give us better credit terms so that we can spread out our cash flows and improve our cash flows? It might include strategies around reducing inventories of raw materials, work in process, finished goods. Any of those things might allow us to be, again, more efficient in our flow, in our workflow, and our work dynamics, which typically, from my manufacturing experience and expertise, when we reduce our inventories, it tends to make us focus on our yields and our causes of yield losses to be more effective and efficient and raise quality levels. And so it also allows for us to reduce the monies or the capital that we had tied up in those inventories, which allows us to be a little bit more flexible in our spending or in our cash flow management. So, those are 3 strategies that folks use. Some others are used inappropriately and ineffectively. A reduction in labor and labor cost. It can be something as simple as let's reduce overtime. And why? Because our volumes are going to be reduced. We're not producing at as high level. There aren't as many orders, et cetera. So maybe we can correctly and rightly reduce overtime. It can be a reduction in labor cost, reducing the number of staff you have, doing layoffs, reducing commission percentages, for your sales staff, et cetera. Those are typically things that are less effective and long-term impacts on your organization because of what they say about your values, what they say about the capabilities of your operations after the crisis, and things that I typically don't recommend to my clients, I won't say ever, but rarely recommend to my clients because they're very short-sighted rather than long-term focused. Another strategy folks often use is discount pricing when they're hunkering down. Oh, well, people aren't going to be buying as much, so let's reduce the price of our product or service, and let's try and stimulate demand that way. I will tell you, now this is a strategy I absolutely never advise folks on. I actually advise them against. It's one of the worst pricing strategies you can ever use, and almost never, ever works. Discount pricing is one that folks will use that I think is ineffective and puts your business in a tailspin and doesn't set you up for success coming out of the crisis. So what's the third strategic approach? And that's to be aggressive. And aggressive strategies, typically I name them or call them, let's take advantage of this. Or phrases like, opportunity strategies. We have an opportunity. You'll hear phrases talked about from the leadership perspective that start with that. Let's take advantage of this situation. We have an opportunity given this current climate to do X, Y, and Z. Those are folks who want to hit it head on and in fact see this as something positive that they're going to take advantage of. See this as something positive that will change the paradigm of how the industry works, or that the social fabric will interact with that business or that industry. And so they see that as an opportunity to get ahead of it, make those changes, and be at the forefront or the lead when the crisis is now gone away and this new world has come about. So usually these folks are in an expansive or growth mode, and it's a growth approach. The focus is on effectiveness, not efficiency. Effectiveness is making sure that you're doing the right thing, whereas before, as I said, efficiency is making sure you're doing things right. And those are 2 different approaches, in business. Ideally, you want to be doing both. I want to be efficient and effective. But if I get focused only on efficiency or primarily on efficiency, I'm only focusing on doing things right. Doing it as best as possible versus, am I doing the right things? Should I even be working on this? Should I have this process at all? In these aggressive strategies, we're focused on, are we in the right industry? Are we doing the right thing? Are we making the right products? Do we have the right features? What's the right thing to do here? And let's make sure we're doing that so we're poised for the future, that we're set up for what's going to be. Examples of this, it's taken market share away from competitors. So when we see this crisis, when we identify a crisis, we start looking around and saying, all right, who can we take market share from? Who's not ready for this crisis and event? Who's struggling through this that we can go in and co-opt some clients from? When I worked for Eastman Kodak, I was asked to take over a product that was a dying technology that we were ultimately going to get out of, but it was useful in the short term because it helped trim out or helped the production scheduling for one of our major operations. And so if we stopped doing that product completely, all of those fixed costs would have to be carried over to the existing product lines, and that was just going to make them untenable in their market. So it's important for us to be able to hang on to that longer and actually to take advantage of some folks who were stepping out. And so they asked me to take over that product and to work through some strategies, which is exactly what I looked at then. Who out there is in a tenuous position that we can take advantage of. And we then identified, I had the group identify, here are the competitors that were either leaving or struggling. And then I created specific strategies for that business unit to go out and target through product design, through marketing efforts and marketing communication efforts, through pricing strategies to take market share from those specific competitors, which we were able to do, and stem the decline of a product that was dying in technology to increasing that, leveling it off, which allowed the product to stay, in manufacturing and operations for a longer period of time, and serve the other products and the other business units effectively. So that's one example. The other might be to expand the usage of existing products or services. So it's looking for new markets for the things that we are already out there with. That says, hey, we have a product that we use in market A. We've never thought about it in market B, but maybe there's a use for it there. Let's expand and let's start selling and communicating to that market the benefits of us, going to that market or that segment, or for that use. It's kind of repurposing a product. Hey, you never thought about using it over here, but here's an example of how this will benefit you in that situation or in that environment. Another is to identify completely new markets or segments that you can serve. So it's new people, new industries, new organizations. So in the second one I was talking about is, hey, what are the new usages of this same existing product? In others, it's what are new markets, that we might be able to do, customer bases that we might be able to flow through, et cetera. And the last is really about creating kind of new niches. A niche is a very fine market. We might be able to look at these existing products and services and say, hey, there's a new niche that we can, kind of narrow down to, that we can focus on. It was always there, but we never marketed to it, but people bought into that. Let's now start marketing into it so that we can actually then look at expanding overall revenues, from this base. So aggressive strategies look at ways that we can keep reaching out, reaching further, reaching new markets, new targets, et cetera. So it's looking for opportunities and taking advantage of that crisis from that perspective. Now, the question is, well, which of these is best? Well, you should always, and here's the dirty little secret. We should always be doing strategies that are aggressive and looking for growth, whether it's a time of crisis and a recession or a time of booming and successes. So the things that work in a recession, those aggressive strategies always work if they're executed properly. And they will always work whether you're in a recession. And those are the exact same things that the high growth companies do in times of plenty and in times of boom. So if they work for the companies that are growing in good times, and they work for companies that use them in crises, it's evident that these are just good, powerful strategies that should always be used within your business. And therefore, if you're using them, you are better equipped to be able to manage through a crisis, a recession, a downturn, because you're already doing the things that are going to make you successful anyway. So the question is, in a recession, how do I avoid diving and at least surviving, but ideally to thrive? And it's by using aggressive strategies that we not only avoid diving, or get past just surviving and really launch into thriving. So the question is, if that's what we should be doing, if we should always be doing it, why don't we? Why do we get, anxious, afraid, feel vulnerable, hopeless, etc., when a recession is forecasted? And I often tell folks it's, the 80-20 rule. 80% of what you're getting as results, activity, benefits from your business generally come from 20% of the activities that you're doing. So 20% of our revenues come from the things that we're doing 80% of, or spending 80% of our time on, and vice versa. 80% of revenues come from the things that we're spending 20% of our time on. Like, well, why am I spending only 20% of my time on things that generate 80% of my revenue and profits? Well, I call that the rat killing, firefighting mystique, that we spend so much time fighting fires and killing rats, the things that look important, sound important, feel important at the time, that have nothing to do with growth in our business. And because we're not better at managing our time, our resources, et cetera, that when we get into these recession areas or recession periods, we start looking for, how do we just, kind of hunker down and work this through, versus if we had been spending all of our time previously on the things that really make us grow, we would have found how impactful those things were, and we would be ramping them up when times, get, stressful, through recessions or times of crisis, et cetera. So we need to be focusing on the 20% of activities that generate 80% of our business, the 20% of activities that generate most of our revenue and our profits, our clients, our customers, really come from 5 categories of tasks and activities. And I talk about this all the time with folks. It comes from generating more leads. It comes from conversion of more of those leads to paying customers. It comes from generating more transactions for each one of those customers so that we deepen the relationship. It comes from being able to charge higher prices because we're offering a better value proposition to those existing clients. And it comes from being more efficient in our operations so that we reduce the cost and expenses. Those 5 areas of business, those 5 categories of activities are what drive the growth of every business out there. All growth for all businesses, all industries, all size, all phases and stages. And if you're not spending your time in those 5 areas, then your business is going to be suffering. So I don't care whether you're a pre-revenue startup. I don't care if you've been in business for 20 years, but your revenue is, kind of slim. Your revenue growth is non-existent. You got, no profits, some years, loss of profits other years, slim profit, those other few years. No matter where your business is, the growth in that business is going to come from these 5 areas: more leads, more conversions, more transactions, higher pricing, and lower costs, generating therefore more profits in your business. We should be focused on these areas all the time from a process standpoint, from a perspective of saying, what are the processes that we are using in each one of these areas to generate the most? So I use this concept called small change to big things. The big things are the areas where big impact happens for your organization or your business. In this case, it's these 5 things. These are the big things. What are the small changes that you need to make in process, in procedures, in behaviors that will lead to growth in each of these 5 areas? And the important thing here, because we're making small changes, it's not something that we need to hit a home run for. It's not something that we need to have big capital outlays for. And in fact, because they're changes in behavior, process, and procedures, they're things that we can do without any money, without new equipment, typically without new people, simply with a new change or decision-making process, a new design of how we're going to do things. And so we can start those things immediately. They can have, therefore, impact immediately. And we can start seeing benefits immediately. And if we're doing those things in each of these areas, they have exponential impact, meaning what I do in leads flows through to conversions. If I do something that gets me more leads, then I'm putting more leads into my conversion process. And if I'm doing something that gets more of those leads converted, then now my conversion process is sending more activity to my transaction process, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it has this cumulative effect that allows for the transformational impact for your organization. So I make a bold claim when I'm working with my clients, and I can double their profits in less than 12 months. And this is how I do that. First by looking at the ways that they're inefficient and getting some benefits out of that, but then starting to work on the small changes that need to be made in these big areas, starting with how do we get more leads in, and then how do we convert those? What are the ways that we need to communicate? And what is it we need to be communicating, and to whom it is that we should be communicating, so that we get more leads, and so that the more of those leads become clients, paying customers, and then want to deepen their relationship with us by buying some of our other products and services. So I think at this point I've kind of come to the end of my time. I want to give a couple more or give out a couple ways that you can reach out to me to interact with me if you have questions, you want to get more information about this. Again, I do workshops. I have a book out that talks about the same topic. So if you want to get more about it, you can get my book at Barnes & Nobles, barnesandnobles.com. The name of the book, title of the book is 1 + 1 = 11. Number 1 plus the number 1 equals 11. The transformative impact of small change to big things. And it just goes through 40 chapters worth of discussions around the details around how do you make small changes in each of these areas, why that works, and how to have an impact with your business. If you'd also like to have a free consultation where I will walk you through the specifics of your business and what changes you can make in each of these areas based on what's going on in your business right now. So this is not hypothetical. This is me hearing from you what you're dealing with, what issues you have, where you're having them, and me giving you some strategies and tactics that you can use to improve in each one of these areas. That's a free consultation. You can reach out to me for that as well. Or if you'd like to, engage me either doing a talk with your group or working with you and your business on actually doubling your profits in less than 12 months. You can reach me either through my LinkedIn profile, my Alignable profile. You can also email me at SWORM, that's S as in Sydney, WORM as in mother, _22 @yahoo.com. Again, that's SWORM, SWORM _22 @yahoo.com. You can also reach me via phone. That's 718-791-8707. Again, 718-791-8707. So reach out to me in any one of those ways. I'm also on Instagram. Love to hear from you to know what's going on with your business or to be able to help you with that. So until then, as we say, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
You are a Black-owned business and you're looking for new ways to expand your reach. Or you're a creative and you have an amazing story that needs to be told, seen, and heard. Well, at Fayview Night TV, we're streaming the diverse and authentic narratives of Black American culture. At Fayview Night TV, you have access to product placement, feedback loops, promotional spotlights, and other ways to showcase your brand. And we have fans all around the world that can't wait to see what you're up to. So come to Fayview Night TV because we are showcasing the culture 24/7 with Black stories and Black storytellers. Subscribe to FaveUniteTV.com today. And for more information, email us at info@faveunitetv.com or call our hotline at 816-819-9939. Fave Unite TV, one of the largest platforms showcasing Black American content in the world.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson-Milton.
It's my favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000-foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like, that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on, what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve, I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is, if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of, it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to take grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company, except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on.
I love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And even now I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson-Milton.
My favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000 foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Right. Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on, what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve. I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is, if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of, it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on.
Love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And even now I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information on our development programs. Email us at info@cvmsdc.org.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM, is turning heads in the healthcare and information technology sectors with his groundbreaking approach to personal branding and business development. By challenging conventional strategies, he's setting a new standard for how executives present themselves and their businesses to the world. McGaw's expertise isn't just about standing out. It's about strategic guidance, generating leads, and building networks that propel executives beyond their competition. His focus on authenticity allows leaders to leverage their unique stories, driving exponential growth and success in their industries. Beyond branding, McGaw is a fervent advocate for diversity, equity, and inclusion in the workplace. He's committed to helping organizations cultivate environments where innovation and collaboration thrive through inclusive cultures. And for those eager to dive deeper, McGaw hosts the Follow the Brand podcast. Here, he unpacks the intricacies of personal branding and business growth, offering valuable insights for professionals eager to redefine their identities and share their narratives with the world. Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM, is turning heads in the healthcare and information technology sectors with his groundbreaking approach to personal branding and business development. By challenging conventional strategies, he's setting a new standard for how executives present themselves and their businesses to the world. McGaw's expertise isn't just about standing out. It's about strategic guidance, generating leads, and building networks that propel executives beyond their competition. His focus on authenticity allows leaders to leverage their unique stories, driving exponential growth and success in their industries. Beyond branding, McGaw is a fervent advocate for diversity, equity, and inclusion in the workplace. He's committed to helping organizations cultivate environments where innovation and collaboration thrive through inclusive cultures. And for those eager to dive deeper, McGaw hosts the Follow the Brand podcast. Here, he unpacks the intricacies of personal branding and business growth, offering valuable insights for professionals eager to redefine their identities and share their narratives with the world.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I loved to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she is She wants to be the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11, I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Dr. Leah Clement, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Dr. Leah Clement. Dr. Leah Clement is a visionary mental health advocate, global mentor, published poet, and founder of the Red Carpet Global Mental Health and Wellness Group. Hailing from Trinidad and Tobago, Leah has transformed her life's adversities, ranging from childhood trauma, poverty, and family separation to chronic illness, into a powerful movement for healing and empowerment. With over 15 years of combined experience in law, youth development, creative writing, and ministry, she has emerged a resilient leader committed to restoring lives, especially among youth and single-parent families. Leah holds a symbolic PhD from the University of Life in Adversities, Toxic Stress, and Storytelling, and is currently pursuing a diploma in mental health, complementing her lived expertise with formal study. A two-time award-winning best-selling author, Leah's poetic works have been featured in global newsletters, Pointer Magazine, and platforms like Sarah Jakes Roberts Media Outlet. Through Red Carpet Global, she leads mentorship programs, workshops, and faith-based wellness initiatives that serve youth between the ages of 1 to 19 and their families. Her structured membership system, Champions, Guardians, Ambassadors, and Partners, empowers individuals to grow in leadership, emotional healing, and purpose. Despite battling trigeminal neuralgia, Leah serves and continues to minister, write, and teach with fierce dedication, using her testimony to inspire thousands. Her life's mission is to bring light to darkness and raise up the next generation through mindset renewal, storytelling, and spiritual truth. Let's welcome Dr. Leah Clement to the stage. Okay, so since I'll be the moderator, Dr. Leah Clement, the question for you is, can you tell us who you are and what inspired the creation of Red Carpet Global? So I'm Dr. Leah Clement, a mental health advocate, global mentor, poet, and founder of Red Carpet Global. My personal journey through adversity, trauma, and healing inspired me to create a safe, empowering space where youth and families can rise above their circumstances and walk confidently into purpose. What is the core mission of Red Carpet Global? Red Carpet Global's mission is to mentor and equip youth ages 1 to 19 with kingdom values, mental health support, and leadership training to help them grow into purpose-driven individuals. So why the name Red Carpet Global? The red carpet symbolizes royalty, value, and honor. We roll it out for every child, affirming that they are worthy, chosen, and celebrated globally. What role has my personal story played in shaping my vision? So, my role, my life, has been marked by hardship, poverty, bullying, trauma, and health battles. But I have also experienced healing, hope, and divine restoration. That testimony fuels every initiative and child I serve. How does Red Carpet Global support mental wellness in young people? We use storytelling, poetry, mentorship, and workshops to normalize conversations about mental health, provide emotional support, and teach coping tools rooted both in psychology and faith. What are the 4 levels of membership in Red Carpet Global? So the first, we have Red Carpet Champions, which pertain to youth. We have Red Carpet Guardians, which are parents. We have Red Carpet Ambassadors, who are coaches and mentors. And we also have Red Carpet Partners, collaborators, and sponsors. Each plays a vital role in building a village for growth and transformation. Can you share a testimony or moment that confirms your impact? My sons recently placed first in a global oratory competition thanks to mentorship and community. It reminded me that when youth are seen and supported, they thrive. How do you balance faith and mental health in your work? I believe in healing through both spiritual and psychological lenses. We pray, we mentor, we teach scripture, but we also normalize therapy, expression, and emotional literacy. What makes Red Carpet Global different from other youth programs? Our model is deeply personal. We focus not just on success, but on healing, identity, and purpose. We are not just developing leaders, we are nurturing souls. What are some key programs or workshops offered? We have healing poetry workshops. We have public speaking and oratory training, purpose discovery sessions. We have faith-based youth empowerment summits, and we also have storytelling and creative arts for therapy. You've spoken about your battle with trigeminal neuralgia. How has that journey shaped your advocacy? Trigeminal neuralgia has humbled me. Pain stripped everything, but it deepened my empathy. I speak not just from theory, but from trenches. I always tell youth, your pain has purpose. What is your long-term vision for Red Carpet Global? I envision a global network of red carpet hubs in schools, churches, and communities, led by trained mentors who are passionate about mental wellness and youth transformation. How do you engage parents and guardians through Red Carpet Global? Our Red Carpet Guardians community offers parenting resources, workshops, and faith-based guidance to raise emotionally healthy children in today's world. What role does poetry play in your healing work? Poetry is my first language of healing. I use it to help others process grief, trauma, and identity. It turns wounds into words and words into weapons of hope. You often speak about kingdom mentorship. What does that mean? Kingdom mentorship is a discipleship that integrates biblical truths, prophetic insight, and practical guidance. It's raising Daniels and Esthers for this generation. What platforms are you currently using to reach youth globally? We operate through Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, school outreach, church partnerships, and Zoom. Our global reach is growing rapidly by God's grace. What support do you need right now to take Red Carpet Global to the next level? We are seeking sponsors, ambassadors, and content collaborators. Also, volunteers to help build our digital library, fund scholarships, and scale outreach. What's one message you want every child listening to know? I would like every child listening to know you are not broken. You are becoming. There is greatness inside of you. Never give up. What's next for Dr. Leah Clement? I'm releasing a mental wellness poetry journal, developing also a structured youth ministry under my pastor's guidance. And I'm also preparing for my November birthday milestone, which is onboarding 100 youth globally. How can listeners get involved or support Red Carpet Global? You can follow us on Facebook or Instagram at Leah Clement or at Red Carpet Global. You can join as a member, mentor, or partner, or simply sow into a child's life. Every seed counts. So we'd like to thank Dr. Leah Clement, which is me, for coming and sharing my expertise on the show. I am truly superlatively grateful and humble for this opportunity to share about Red Carpet Global. Thank you for the opportunity. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K to 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexposer.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that's on the screen below and say Cash App BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexposa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for March 2024. NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Ritchie Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia, Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, the Hello LLC, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Maggie McLean Foundation Inclination, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, 5-Star BDM Media, Marlene Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Forces Studio, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish, Goldie, dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
La connexion. La connexion.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that that's it.
Hey.
No!
Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants.
Okay.
He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the Be You collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
So what we have to do is when we get in the spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
Genius is common, and my genius is nutritional strategy. I am Shawnee Smith, the owner and creator of Can Do Spice. Can Do Spice was created because I knew that adding herbal and mineral supplements to my diet did not have to be boring. In fact, because I'm a food enthusiast, I knew I could create something flavorful and explosive that also had the benefit of adding herbal supplements such as sea moss, bladderwrack, burdock root, and black seed, just to name a few. I invite you to take this journey with me where we come together and take control of our nutritional health. It is my way of sharing my genius, the gift of flavor and the healing power of herbs to the world. What is your genius?
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
The career opportunity. You feel it's yours. After all, you're well qualified, but you don't apply. You feel stuck and can't move forward in your career. I've learned as a 10-year career strategist, we must learn how to show up. To show up, we will rise up. We have an amazing resource on this planet, a resource with tremendous potential. That resource is us, women. Far too many of us, when we want to rise up and advance in our careers, we hit an invisible barrier. It's called the glass ceiling. And when we do make it through the glass ceiling, chances are we're more closely scrutinized than men. As women, we face more barriers to promotions in many organizations. However, I've discovered the biggest barrier, believe it or not, is ourselves. As women, we often hold ourselves back. We are not rising up and tapping into our full potential for 3 reasons. The first is a lack of confidence in our abilities. As women, we hold ourselves back when we make career decisions based on what-ifs. We listen to that little voice in our heads that says, what if I'm not good enough? What if I don't have what it takes? What if I fail? An article in the Harvard Business Review says, men will apply for a position when they meet only 60% of the requirements. Good for them. But what do? We will only apply if we feel we can meet 100% of the requirements. Instead of moving forward with confidence, we hold back. We let fear and doubt take over, even though We know we're well qualified. And the second reason is a lack of assertiveness. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? When we join a meeting, we often sit in the back or to the side. When we could assert ourselves, we don't. We shrink back. We let others interrupt us or say nothing when other people take our ideas. When we do speak up, we express ourselves with uncertainty, saying things such as, "I'm not sure if this is relevant. I don't know if this is helpful. This may not be a good idea, but." When you and I use words and phrases like these, we undermine our credibility. And the third reason, we don't build a support network. My friend, Kim, applied for a position. Her female supervisor felt she was more than qualified. But the supervisor would not give Kim a recommendation. The supervisor felt it would look too much like favoritism. To me, this just looked like one woman who would not reach back and help another woman. If we want to rise up, we must learn to support each other. We need to show up to rise up. Showing up means taking responsibility for your own career path. It was 2005, and I had a comfortable job as an analyst working for the US government, but I wanted more. A supervisor's position opened up, and I submitted my application. I tried to find out as much as I could about who was applying, what were my chances. I discovered that 2 men were applying for the same position. I also discovered that neither of these men had the qualifications that I had. But I was optimistic because one of the women on the interview panel told me that she would support me. So I walked into that interview room well prepared. I answered all their questions. I aced that interview. 3 days later, I was told I wasn't selected. Not only did they select the least qualified one, they selected someone who didn't even belong to the organization. I was shocked. I was hurt. I was angry. I thought, how could this be? It was like a slap in my face. I deserved that job. I thought, maybe I should just look for a job somewhere else. But I was in an exercise class, and it hit me. I'm not a quitter. I have never given up. I deserve this job. I'm good at what I do. At that moment, I realized that if I wanted to rise up, I needed to show up. We need to show up to rise up. Showing up means taking responsibility for your own career path. And then it happened. The man they hired quit. And the manager asked me, the more qualified one, to step into that position. I did. I showed up and I rose up in my career. Having worked with hundreds of women over the years, I know there are 3 steps we need to take to show up. The first is to build confidence. The second is to be assertive. The third is to build a support network. When we follow this 3-step process, we will show up to rise up. When we rise up and tap into our full potential, as women, you and I will contribute more to our organizations, more to our families, and more to our communities. When we show up to rise up, everyone wins.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black business network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Dr. Leah Clement. I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Rachel Mitchell. Rachel Mitchell is a proud wartime U.S. Army veteran, life insurance and retirement specialist, and the CEO of Glamour Boulevard, a vegan hair care line for natural and curly hair. She is an Amazon best-selling author of the successful Woman's Devotional and currently holds the title of Miss Ocoee, Florida for Miss Corporate America. Passionate about community and connection, Rachel is the founder of the Orlando Connect, a dynamic networking group, and a monthly contributor to the Sanford Herald newspaper, where she shares financial insights to empower families in the community. She also hosts a monetized YouTube channel, Rachel's Read Aloud, where she reads children's books to kids all over the world, spreading joy, literacy, and love through storytelling. We welcome Rachel to the stage. Welcome, Rachel. I understand you'll be doing a presentation. Thank you
Yes.
for coming.
Thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome.
Awesome.
Genius is coming. See you on the other side.
Awesome. So, hello, everyone. My name is Rachel Mashad. I'm an Army veteran, life insurance broker, and community advocate here in Florida. I've always had a passion for helping people protect what matters most: their health, their families, and their peace of mind. Today, I want to talk to you about something that has the power to change the way we think about healthcare. It's called Connect MD. Now, I've seen firsthand how stressful it can be when you or someone you love gets sick and you're trying to figure out how to afford care, where to go or how long you'll have to wait. For some people, that stress can stop them from getting care altogether. And that's heartbreaking. Health insurance in our society these days can be extremely expensive. Okay. So that's why I'm excited to share ConnectMD, because it's not just another healthcare product, it's a movement towards affordable, accessible, on demand care for everyone. So, what exactly is ConnectMD? It's a modern healthcare membership that gives you access to US based doctors 24/7. So, it's not health insurance, but it makes a good alternative for people who don't have health insurance or can't afford health insurance. So with this, it's 24/7 access, no waiting rooms, no copays, no rushing across town for 10 minutes for a 10-minute appointment. And the way it works, you become a member. It's similar to having a gym membership. Okay. So you become a member, and from that moment on, you can pick up the phone or open your app anytime you feel unwell, need a prescription, or have any healthcare concern. Okay. You're instantly connected to a doctor who can diagnose you, prescribe you medication if you need it, and answer any questions right there on the spot. Okay. You don't even have to leave your house, which makes it great for a lot of people. And it's not just for urgent care. ConnectMD also gives you prescription discounts, mental health is included, give you discounts on lab work and imaging, dental and vision is included as well. It's like having a doctor, therapist, and health advocate right in your pocket. Okay, so now who can benefit from ConnectMD? Honestly, just about everyone. Okay, families, parents who don't want to pack their kids in a car for every sniffle can use this. Okay. You can speak to a doctor right from your living room. You don't even have to leave your home. Entrepreneurs and self-employed professionals, because, many of us don't have traditional employer health benefits. ConnectMD gives you affordable care without a $500 a month insurance plan. Seniors can use this. If you don't want to deal with transportation or long waits, you can get medical advice without even leaving your home. The uninsured or underinsured individuals can use this too. If you've been priced out of healthcare, this is affordable. This is an affordable way to get quality medical help when you need it the most. It's for anyone who values their time, health, and their wallet. So let's talk about the benefits. First, time savings. No waiting for hours in an urgent care or waiting room just to be seen for like 5 minutes. Okay. The second thing is cost savings. A single ER visit can cost $1,000 or more. Even an urgent care trip can be $200, $300 or more. ConnectMD helps you avoid those costs for most common issues. The third thing is accessibility. So whether you're at home, traveling, or working late, you have 24/7 access to care. Okay. The fourth benefit is peace of mind. You don't have to wonder if you'll be able to afford care or get to see a doctor. You've got it covered. Okay. And then I'll go over the prices a little later. And finally, holistic care. ConnectMD isn't just about fixing what's wrong. It's about keeping you healthy, including mental wellness resources and preventative advice. So I'll share a quick story. One mom, she had a child wake up in the middle of the night with a high fever. So instead of rushing her to the ER, she picked up her phone, talked to a Connect MD doctor within minutes, and got guidance right away. So the doctor was able to diagnose and issue, send in a prescription, and she avoided a $600 ER bill and a sleepless, stressful night. Okay. I've also seen entrepreneurs use it to save time. I had a personal situation where I wasn't feeling, my best and needed a quick advice. I had a doctor on the phone within minutes, no driving, no waiting, no hassle. It's truly a game changer. Okay. So here's my challenge to you, who are listening right now. Think about how much your health is worth. Think about the time you've wasted in waiting rooms, the stress of being big medical bills, or the times you've pushed through being sick because you didn't have an easy option for care. Connect MD removes those barriers. Okay. It's affordable, it's accessible, and it's ready, when you are. So if you're ready to take control of your health in a smarter way, I encourage you all to just check it out. So I'll go over the different plans. So we do have 3 levels. We have the silver plan, and what's included with that one is free consultation. Members ages 2 and older can connect virtually with a provider within minutes for common urgent care, diagnosis, and work or school excuses. You get discount programs, free prescriptions, and you get access to your member portal. With the gold concierge healthcare plan, you get the virtual urgent care, virtual counseling. You can enjoy access to immediate support, counseling, and short-term solution-focused counseling for ages 12 and up. You get prescription access, dental, vision, and so much more. And you get to message specialists, seek guidance beyond the internet. You can connect with them for whatever second opinion. Okay. And you also have the platinum concierge healthcare. So with that one, that just includes everything. So you get the virtual primary care, you get virtual dermatology, you get virtual counseling, virtual urgent care, you get to communicate constantly with a doctor, you get a free annual exam and CMP, comprehensive metabolic panel, every year, and you get 2 of those. You get free chronic medications, free acute medications, dental, vision, chiropractic, and more, and healthcare advocacy. So for the silver plan, it's only $60 a month. For the gold plan, it's $80 a month. And for the platinum plan, it's $100 a month. So with all of these plans, also, you get to put 7 family members on your plan without additional costs. So you're either going to pay $60, $80, or $100 per month for this. Okay. So the way you can gain access to me to learn more about this, and we can talk more, is I'm on Instagram at Insured with Rachel, and there you'll be able to find my link tree with all the ways that you can connect with me, including my website, my Blink, and all of that information. So if you want more information, feel free to contact me and we will talk some more about it. Thank you so much for having me. Again, I'm on Instagram at Insured with Rachel, and I look forward to talking to anyone who wants to learn more about this.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Welcome back, Rachel.
Thank you.
We have several questions that we would like to ask you.
Okay.
You wear many hats. Army veteran, entrepreneur, author, and community leader. How has your military background shaped your approach to business and leadership?
I would say the military background has shaped my business and leadership through discipline. I would say one, and just putting in me like a certain level of ambition, integrity, and just being determined to never quit despite what obstacle I may face or despite whatever it is that I'm going through. I just have in my mind and in my heart that I can do whatever I put my mind to. Okay, because they teach us to keep going and never quit, so the military has helped a lot.
As the CEO of Glamour Boulevard, what inspired you to create a vegan hair care line specifically for natural and curly hair? And what has the journey been like building that brand?
Okay, so something that inspired me was I was looking for something for me first, because every product that I found on the market had some kind of chemical or some kind of ingredient that I couldn't pronounce. So, I figured I started to become more aware, more health conscious about what I put in and on my body, and hair products was definitely one of them. So, I was just looking for something for myself. So, I figured I'd just create something. And I was new to Instagram. This was back in 2015. And so my sister kept encouraging me that, I should create an Instagram account. There's so many people with like natural hair on there. And it took a while, but I finally got on there and I just started posting things about natural hair. And so I posted just this moisturizing hair butter that I created for myself and that I was excited about it and what it did for my hair. And so people started DMing me and saying, if you make me some, I'll buy it. And I didn't think they were serious until more people kept DMing me. So I was like, oh wow. So I have to make some more to provide to these people. So that's how that journey, that's how that business started. And as far as the journey has been tough. Of course, you're starting a business from scratch and it's never easy, but if you could see the vision and see it through, everything will work out just fine. You just have to be consistent. That's a huge thing in being an entrepreneur and in everything in life. You just have to be consistent and everything will just work out fine.
Great. You're not only an Amazon best-selling author, but also a title holder as Miss Ocoee, Florida, for Miss Corporate America. How do you use your platform to empower women personally and professionally?
Yes. So I just be myself first and foremost. There's only going to be one of me. I can't be anyone else because everyone else is taken. So I just, whatever I do it with intention. Intentionality is very important to me. So I do it with intention and I just do what I have to do for my business. And I know people are watching, so I like to empower people and just leave an impact in the world. So whatever I do, I just do it with care, with love and intention, because, there are a lot of people maybe in the same situation as me. So by seeing someone do maybe something that they want to do, it'll inspire them. So that's how I look at it.
Exceptional. The Orlando Connect is becoming a powerful networking group in Central Florida. What motivated you to start it? And how has it impacted your local business community?
So what made me start that was because I was a big introvert and I call myself an ambivert. And so, I didn't really like speaking to people when I go to networking events. And so I figured, well, I know there are a lot of people that feel like that as well. So let me just create a networking group. And I could it could be like focused and tailored towards people who don't really know what to say when they enter a networking event. And I'll do a little bit of speed networking, and just allow people to feel comfortable, because when you walk into a networking event and you're an introvert, it's going to be very uncomfortable, so I would do like different things, have them take actionable step, so they can feel more comfortable and at ease. And, they never know that a lot of people may feel the same way they feel. So, it's okay to just relax and just network, for people. And then to answer your second question, what was your second question?
What motivated you to start it, and how has it impacted the local business community?
So it impacted the local business community, because a lot of people now, they're always asking me, like, is this a membership? Is this something I could join? And I told them not yet, but it impacted people because it's letting them feel comfortable when they're networking, and it's helping their business. I've met so many people that, through my networking events, they've made amazing connection, so maybe if I didn't start the networking group, that connection wouldn't have been made. So I'm super grateful for that.
Your financial articles in the Sanford Herald offer valuable insights to families. What's the most important money tip you think every household should know today?
The most important money tip that every household should know, and it's something that I wish I've known when I was younger, would be to get a life insurance policy. Because I said on the previous show, when a lot of people think of life insurance, they think of death, but it's more than that. You could use it to pay off a mortgage while you're living. You could use it to buy a new car, start a business. And even when you use your policy to do all those things, your policy is not going to lapse. It's still going to continue growing cash value, and even in the death benefit. So that's a very important money tip that I wish everybody would know and not take advantage of it.
Rachel's Read Aloud is such a beautiful way to reach children across the globe. What inspired the YouTube channel, and what impact do you hope it leaves on young readers?
Yeah, so the reason why I started it is because I love reading, for one, and two, I love children. So I just wanted to create something where I could merge those two passions together, and even help mothers and, families substitute my um, Rachel's Read Aloud with their bedtime stories. Because I know mothers, they're very busy. I'm an auntie of 7 nieces, 6 nieces, 1 nephew. So I know how, difficult it is. So I just created the Rachel's Read Aloud to help substitute that, and just to impact kids all over the world. And to answer your second question, the impact that I want to leave is, that knowing that I've done something amazing to help little kids in their reading and literacy abilities. Because oftentimes, they'll go to school and they don't have the education or the knowledge of like the reading capabilities just yet. So by doing the Rachel's Read Aloud, they can get a book, and they can follow along. And some mothers that know me personally, they'll send me videos and pictures of their kids reading along with my book. So it's amazing. I just want to leave a great impact, helping kids with their financial, or with their learning ability and their reading ability as well.
Yes, from finance to beauty to media takes serious focus. What habits or routines help you stay grounded and purpose driven across so many roles?
So I do have a morning and evening routine. So I just stick to that. Always start the day with prayer, with gratitude. I write in my journal. every morning. And, I just, prayer is like the focal of my life. Okay. I believe without it, I'd probably break down by now, So I definitely stick to my morning routine. I'm very consistent, have to be consistent in what you do, even if you don't see results yet, but I'm very consistent. And, I live by a calendar, a daily calendar. If it's not on my calendar, it's most likely not going to happen. So I do live by my calendar, and just to set, different routines for each of the different roles I do play. So that's pretty much what I do.
Great, great. That's exceptional. So, as a woman of faith, Rachel, how does your spirituality influence the way you lead, serve your community, and run your businesses?
Are you a Black entrepreneur with a vision for global success? Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Introducing the Black Business Network, BBN, one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of the world. The only 24/7 global multimedia ecosystem dedicated to connecting and promoting Black entrepreneurs, brands, and businesses globally. With BBN, you can sell your business now 24 hours a day to over 200 countries. Reach a global audience in real time, build trust, and generate leads like never before. Access a world of opportunity with our live streaming and replay platform, featuring on-demand content, documentaries, and exclusive interviews. Get your exclusive, one-of-a-kind Black Business magazine covers that feature you and your amazing business today. And tap into our Black Business Global Chamber of Commerce, where your voice will be heard globally with over 1 million business owners. Learn the insights and strategies that Black entrepreneurs are using to grow today. Power your business with the Black Business Black Credit and Debit Card. Get cashback, access microloans, and build your business by doing business with Black businesses worldwide. Stay ahead of the curve with the Black Business World Report, our yearly intelligence magazine, providing industry trends, government programs, funding alerts, and so much more. BBN is more than just a network, it's a revolution. It's a global movement, uniting Black entrepreneurs from over 200 countries to share knowledge, build relationships, and create economic empowerment. And for corporations, BBN offers a unique opportunity to demonstrate your commitment to diversity and inclusion and access. Submit your corporate commercial today. Sponsor BBN, reach a targeted audience, and support the growth of Black-owned businesses. Our Black Business Ambassador program provides support and detailed information on all activities. From onboarding to mastermind think tasks, they cover it all. Whether you're looking to expand your business or your viewers, BBN brings together the tools, talent, and technology needed to grow Black-owned businesses worldwide. It's where we speak, sell, connect, and rise. Live and on demand. Join the Black Business Network today. Visit bxtv.org to learn more and unlock your global potential, where business is broadcast live.
As a life insurance and retirement specialist, how do you break through the stigma or fear people often have when discussing financial planning? Risha.
Well, I like to educate people because, when people think of life insurance, they think of death, as I mentioned, but I let them know that there's so much more that you can use life insurance for, even to send your kids off to college, when they get older, pay off student loans, credit card debt. There's so much more you can do. And not only that, a lot of things happen to people unexpectedly. So our policies include living benefits and long-term care. And, there are a lot of things happening, a lot of people passing away, and it helps alleviate that because instead of going out to create a GoFundMe account or a fish fry, you could use your policy to help with any of those things, unexpected death, or even, if you have to go to the hospital for whatever reason, get in a really bad car accident, you have to be hospitalized for 6 months. You can use your life insurance policy because, with health insurance, they're going to charge you an arm and a leg. So you can use your life insurance policy for things like that as well. So we just like to educate people and let them know it's not, the worst thing. And I know a lot of people say, I can't afford life insurance. You really can't afford not to have it because anything can happen, anything. And you'll have to end up, using all your savings account. And 56% of Americans these days have less than $5,000 saved up. So you'll probably have to go to bankrupt, just because you didn't have the proper resource and tools that you needed.
You're a strong advocate for literacy and community empowerment. How do you see financial education and early childhood literacy working together to build stronger futures?
I definitely see it working together really well because if I was younger and learned about this sooner, I would have been further along in my financial education and literacy. So now is the perfect time to start teaching kids about, financials and, their literacy because because they're so young, it's easier for them to learn and grasp things because they're like sponges. They'll pick it up really quickly, instead of waiting till they get older. So it'll work really well if parents would learn this information themselves so they can teach their kids, and life would be so much easier because like I said, if I learned about this when I was younger, life would be better. I'd have way more money saved up or in my policy because it never decreases in value. um, you never lose money. It's only an interest accruing account. With the banks, anything can happen and you lose everything you've saved up and worked so hard for. But with your policy, it is protected from bankruptcies, from lawsuits, divorces, even. It's just protected like that.
Okay. What's been the most rewarding moment so far in your journey as a businesswoman and community leader?
Well, I would say the most rewarding journey is just knowing that I still get to help people. I get to help people because before I was in this, working as an entrepreneur, I was in the health field working, in a nursing home and in a dermatology office because I've always wanted to be a physician assistant. But I changed my mind seeing the way Western medicine is. So I just chose to go the financial route and I still get to help people. So it's still rewarding because I feel like I've been put on this earth to serve and to help people. And I'm doing just that.
Beautiful. How do you stay innovative and motivated when juggling multiple ventures across different industries such as beauty, finance, media, and service?
So I read a lot. I'm always researching new things on how I could become better, add more value to my life and to other people's life. So I just stay in tune with what's going on. Um, I'm really big on AI, so I do use ChatGPT pretty much every day. And just finding ways that I can like better myself, so I could be more of value to people in the world and in myself as well.
Looking ahead, what legacy do you hope to leave, not only for your family, but also for the communities and people that you serve?
Yeah, definitely. So the legacy I hope to leave is I want people to say, Rachel was such a loving person, a caring person. She was always, teaching us something, or if she didn't know something, she was always, so willing to learn. I want people to say that I was a very humble person, very patient, and just really wanted everyone to win. I always want the best for everyone. So I really want people to say that about me when I'm no longer here. I can't hear you. There you go.
That's exceptional and wonderful, Michelle.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your expertise. Is there a way that persons can contact you? Perhaps a website?
Yeah, so they can find me on @insured with Rachel, which is my Instagram, and my website, and everything is on there. But yeah, @insured with Rachel, they can find me on Instagram, and they'll find every other contact. Just click the link on my bio, you'll see my link tree, and it has all my information there.
Great, exceptional. Thank you for sharing, Michelle.
Thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome. Genius is common. See you on the other side.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. do you support black businesses? Listen, I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am black business.
I am black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am black business. I am black business. Are you black business? I am black business. Do you support black businesses? I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am black business. I am black business. Tell me, are you black business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world.
Hey, welcome to Be the Victor Speaker Academy, where we do everything from video courses to our monthly membership. We got some personalized coaching if you're looking to start getting paid. I see a lot of you out there that are published authors or you're thought leaders and podcasters, but you're not getting paid to speak. This Be the Victor Speaker Academy is all about you. It's to help you monetize your expertise, start getting paid from school districts, colleges, and other event planners that are out there looking for your expertise. So stick around with us, watch the videos, download the downloadable documents, and check out what we got next in store for you.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
You are a Black-owned business and you're looking for new ways to expand your reach. Or you're a creative and you have an amazing story that needs to be told, seen, and heard. Well, at Fayview Night TV, we're streaming the diverse and authentic narratives of Black American culture. At Fayview Night TV, you have access to product placement, feedback loops, promotional spotlights, and other ways to showcase your brand. And we have fans all around the world that can't wait to see what you're up to. So come to Fayview Night TV because we are showcasing the culture 24/7 with Black stories and Black storytellers. Subscribe to FayviewNightTV.com today. And for more information, email us at info@FayviewNightTV.com or call our hotline at 816-819-9939. Fayview Night TV, one of the largest platforms showcasing Black American content in the world.
How hard is it to land on the front cover of a top-tier global publication? The answer may surprise you. If you are a business owner, industry leader, speaker, author, or coach, this is your opportunity to get featured in a publication that reaches worldwide. We want to be able to tell your story, showcase your brand. We have made it so easy. All you have to do is answer a few questions and tell us a little bit about your business and we'll take care of the rest. But why get featured? One, it gives you massive exposure to a global audience. Two, it helps to boost your credibility in your authority in your industry. And three, it helps you to expand your network and unlock opportunities. Now, right now, we are offering a special limited time offer. You can be seen by over 10,000 viewers and readerships each month. So don't wait. This is your time to elevate your business and get featured. All you have to do is click the link below and get started today.
Whether you're an entrepreneur, innovator, or trailblazer, Tap In Magazine is where your voice gets amplified and your brand goes global. We've featured over 100 powerful leaders, and we're just getting started. Get seen in national publications, reach thousands of readers, and join a legacy of impact makers. This isn't just a magazine, it's a movement. With 700+ online distribution channels, we give your story the visibility it deserves. Ready to turn the page on your next chapter? Tap In Magazine, where visibility meets legacy. Tap in now at tapinmagazine.com.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Dr. Leah Clement. I am your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Bukika Blackmore, also known as Bukika Style, where music, message, and media meet. She is a singer, speaker, and storyteller known for using the power of her voice to elevate stories that are inspiring and transformational. Bukika is a recording artist and advocate. Bukika is the co-founder of Fav Unite, LLC, a multimedia enterprise streaming television, digital radio, and online educational services. Fav Unite is dedicated to amplifying African American stories and storytellers. I present to you Bukika Style.
Thank you so much, Dr. Leah. Thank you very much for that wonderful welcome and introduction.
Welcome. Genius is coming. See you on the other side.
Yes, thank you. Well, hello, Black Business Network. My name is Bukika Blakemore, and I do go by Bukika Style. And it's always a pleasure to be here on the Black Business Network because of the phenomenal work that this platform does to amplify Black businesses in the United States and around the world. So it is a great privilege for me to be a part of this amazing experience. So, as was mentioned, I am a singer, songwriter, and storyteller. So, it just would be appropriate for me to tell you a little bit more about my life and how this has led to this amazing business called Fav Unite TV. So, let's start out with the story. As was mentioned, my name is Bukika, but I wasn't born with the name Bukika. I was born with the name Gretchen Elizabeth. My parents, who were both active civil rights leaders in the 60s, named me Gretchen. But at the age of 5, after going to meetings and meeting people from all over the world, I began to notice that Gretchen just was not the name for me. And I asked my parents if I could have an African name. They took me to a cultural fair that focused on African culture and presented me with a book that gave different names from different parts of the continent of Africa, Northeast, Southwest. Well, I chose the name Bukika. In my inexperienced reading, the word that I recognized most in terms of its meaning was the word princess. So I told my parents, this is the name for me. Little did I know that making that decision at 5 years old was going to catapult me into a whole career of storytelling and of empowering others to recognize their worth, to know what it was that they wanted for their life, and to make new decisions in that direction. Growing up, though, was very interesting because of the fact that we were right in the midst of the civil rights movement. There was so much effort to empower Black people, to give them a sense of shared community, and to recognize that we as a people have great talent, great genius, and great capabilities, as well as great wealth. And so it became a part of my lexicon to adopt that sense of the civil rights movement, to continue to be a voice in the African American community, and using my voice not only to sing and write music that was inspiring and would also be transformative to people's lives, but to also make sure that it was so that it was being represented in a way of Black music, of R&B sounds, of jazz sounds, and connecting those sounds to words and lyrics that transformed lives. So all in all, no matter what I was doing, no matter what song I was writing or what speech I was giving, there was always the center of making sure that people in the Black community, in the African American community, and in the diaspora itself had a strong sense of knowing who they are and how to use the power of their voice. So with this name, which I chose at 5 years old, it actually catapulted me into that trajectory because people wanted to know more about my name and how did I come to have that name. And as I continued to tell that story, it led me into greater and greater arenas, mainly for those that were wanting to have a transformative experience in their own lives. And because of the nature of the name, it automatically put me in situations where African Americans and people throughout the diaspora wanted to know more about how I became empowered to do that at such a young age. So all of this pretty much lays the groundwork for everything that I am doing right now. That groundwork of empowering people, of being in places where I'm educating people, of using the power of my voice and my artistic ability to elevate people's sense of self-worth, to give people a sense of greater knowing about the power within them, started with changing my name as a 5-year-old little girl. And I am so grateful that I've been able to travel the world, to Africa, to Europe, to South Korea, to the United Arab Emirates, all around the world, being able to share with others the power of your voice and being able to know who you are and know your worth and what you're wanting for your life. So that's essentially what jump-started my career as a singer and speaker and songwriter. It certainly has led me to so many wonderful places around the world, but also led me to some amazing and wonderful people, namely my husband, Eugene Blakemore. A few years ago, I met him apropos online. And when we came together, we recognized that we both wanted the same things. We wanted to help African Americans. We wanted to help people who were misrepresented to have a greater platform, a greater way of being able to express their artistic genius. And so we sat down and began to map things out. What is it that we wanted to do? What did we want to accomplish? Who did we want to serve? How was it going to help? And what medium would we use to do this? Well, our first initial concept was to develop a social media website, but there were so many social media websites being formed and many that were absolutely doing amazingly well, obviously. And so we chose to take our concept and use existing social media platforms to elevate those stories of artists, of creatives, of those in the African diaspora and to share with people the importance of their stories and have their fans become more aware of what they were doing in showcasing their stories. So we use the platforms existing to announce and lay to or provide to everyone our company, Fave Unite. Fave stands for fans, artists, and venues. And our concept is to bring these worlds together in a community, so to speak, so that everyone is supporting the desires of each one of those segments. Fans want to enjoy information, movies, entertainment. Artists want to be able to engage with those fans and to be able to showcase who they are as artists. And venues definitely want to be able to share with audiences their products, their services. And bringing these three realms together allowed us to create a platform called Fave Unite. And again, we began using social media, LinkedIn, Facebook, all of the social media platforms that we're accustomed to seeing, and sharing with the world stories of wonderful artists that we knew that fans would really enjoy. And we knew that there were some artists that really hadn't had that much of a platform themselves. So we brought them into the fold and amplified what they were doing. And then we also began to partner with different services to help them have some space as far as product placement and being able to share their services in the midst of the content that we were sharing about artists and letting fans know what they were able to see. Well, when the area or the technology of streaming came along, we jumped into it and began to invest in that field. And that was a game changer for us. So we began with streaming television and placed our platform on Roku, Amazon Fire Stick, and Android TV. And then we began to develop the content. Now, most of you would think, well, shouldn't you have done the content first? Well, I tell you what, the main thing is that we had to build the infrastructure so that the content could go somewhere. So we started the infrastructure of having these various platforms that we would then fill with content. And that enabled us to let our fans know and let venues know that they now have a different space in which Fave Unite can support them in having their products and services seen, letting artists know that we have a new way of being able to showcase their talent, their genius, and their artistry, and a new way for fans to engage with artists and venues. Exciting, exciting times. So let me tell you a little bit more about how we are structured and our business model and how it would help you as an entrepreneur. So first of all, Fave Unite is a community. We're a community where culture streams. Our platforms as a multimedia enterprise is uniting Fave Unite TV, which is video streaming, and Fave Unite Radio, which is digital audio, under one mission to amplify Black stories, creators, and across entertainment, education, and empowerment throughout the African diaspora. When you go to Fave Unite TV, and remember that's FAVUNITE TV, you're going to see featured original shows and films, docuseries with a focus on the Black love, historical narratives, family, faith, business, and the global diaspora. And then if you go to Fave Unite FM, FAVUNITE FM, you're going to hear talk shows, music, spiritual content, and entrepreneurship features, daily streaming demand, basically on demand podcasts that you can find on Fave Unite FM radio. We are a family. We're a family of storytellers and dreamers and creators and change makers. And this space is here to showcase the amazing stories, the creation that's coming from our community. We've built this space where authentic Black experiences are seen, heard, and celebrated every day. So we invite you to subscribe to Fave Unite TV, and we're excited that we have several ways that you can do so. You can go to our URL, faveunitetv.com, or you can go to our YouTube placement, which is youtube.com at Fave Unite TV, and subscribe in both of those areas. You see, we have a really strong mission to provide a platform to amplify and celebrate authentic Black storytelling. And we do this by offering compelling content and powerful narratives because we're here to leave a legacy that inspires, connects, and transforms how our stories are told. You see, we are a people that have spent so many generations of having our stories told for us. And that now it's time to end. We're seeing that we're putting an end to that with the Black Business Network. And we're certainly doing that with Fave Unite TV, making sure that the stories about Black people are told in an authentic way, are coming from us, for us, by us, and through us, through the technology that we have in the streaming platform world. We're so excited that Fave Unite TV is able to do this across multiple platforms. And one that I'm so excited about as well is our online courses, our Fave Unite Academy. So let's start with where the hub is, which is faveunite.com. When you go to faveunite.com, you'll be able to go to our other platforms easily and effortlessly. You'll be able to get to Fave Unite TV and again see all of the wonderful content of video on demand on faveunitetv.com. And then you'll also be able to easily access Fave Unite FM radio, where you'll be able to hear podcasts, and you'll be able to hear wonderful stories from a plethora of different presenters. I want to make notes, especially on Fave Unite FM, one of the main things that you're going to hear. You're going to hear a show called Wombology. And Wombology is directed by Dr. Enolia Harris Pedro, where we've gathered women from across many cultures to talk about topics and subjects that are relevant to all people, but it's coming from a woman's perspective and voice. So we invite you to listen to Wombology on faveunite.com, where you'll also find amazing music, piano music, kazumba music, music from Bukeka Style, as well as Louis Vuitton Blanche. You're going to hear so much incredible music, as well as hear our podcast and hearing the stories of women from all different types of cultures that are talking about business, spirituality, health and wellness, and so many other topics. We are excited to have this on Fave Unite FM. And if you're interested in being a presenter on Fave Unite FM, and specifically on Wombology, please reach out to us by emailing us at info@faveunitetv.com. That's info@faveunitetv.com. Feel free to go to our websites, where you'll be able to schedule a booking call to go over what it is that you'd like to discuss with our audiences and how you can become more engaged with Fave Unite. We're very excited to open up those doors for you. Now, I wanted to make sure that you also understood each area of the faithunite.com world, where it really gets into fans, artists, and venues. Let's go ahead first and let you know that when you're on faithunite.com, you're going to be able to see, as a fan, things that you might really enjoy. You'll again be able to get to Fave Unite TV, and you'll also be able to get to Fave Unite FM, as well as participate in courses in Fave Unite Academy. But there's so much more. For example, one of the things that you'll see on faveunite.com is it is basically the ways in which you can engage. You'll be able to sign up as an artist. You'll be able to sign up as a venue, basically being able to give us an opportunity to get to know you and what it is that you'd like to share with the world on the Fave Unite platform. You'll be able to immediately select a date for a consultation, immediately be able to have us reach out to you to book an appointment so that we can talk to you and go over some of the ideas that you have. You'll also be able to look at some of the services that we offer. For example, the Foresight Film and Music Workshop. We're partnering with two-time Oscar winner Willie D. Burton and Hollywood film and television producer Derez Douglas to produce the Foresight Film and Music Workshop. This particular workshop was started back in the late 90s by Derez Douglas, where she was able to partner with DreamWorks and Sony to provide information to young people on how to get into the film industry. We then brought that just last year to the Kansas City area, and we are so excited to be able to have a successful workshop in helping young people how to get into film and music. You'll learn more about how we can actually bring the Foresight Film and Music Workshop to your area. You'll also be able to look and see what it is that you're able to bring to the Fave Unite Academy as an instructor. We are looking for excited and knowledgeable instructors on many different types of topics that you are looking to share with an audience and expand your reach. This is a way for you to monetize yourself as an instructor. We make sure that we offer a platform where you can be remunerated for the wonderful education and knowledge base that you have. We also market you. We market you in various ways to make sure that people know about your workshop or know about your online course, and that you are expanding an audience and attracting new people to the work that you're doing. So again, on faveunite.com, you're going to be able to, again, look at what we might be able to do to come to your area with the Foresight Film and Music Workshop. Look what we'll be able to do for you as an instructor, and have your instruction on faveunite.com on our online course catalog. Look what we'll be able to do to make sure that you have a consultation and how we can help you boost your business through the Fave Unite platform. Now, again, as you explore this platform, you're going to be able to go to Fave Unite TV. And let me tell you what's really exciting on Fave Unite TV. First of all, we have an amazing film, or several amazing films, on Fave Unite TV. We started by working with a director out of Virginia by the name of Ronald Dillard Jr. Ronald Dillard Jr. is an incredible writer and director and filmmaker. He has thought-provoking pieces that will totally engage you and make you think about race relations, about police brutality, about love, about what it is to maintain good mental health, about family. And so we're so excited to have Ronald Dillard Jr. on our platform. We also have the film Voices, directed by Willie D. Burton and produced by Derez Douglas. This is an incredible piece regarding, again, things that have happened within the Black community in the United States and how people responded to such things as floods and emergency situations, mental health situations, people who were also affected by COVID, and how this impacted a community. You won't want to miss Voices. Again, directed by Willie D. Burton, produced by Derez Douglas, and starring Lamont Rucker. Lamont Rucker, who you will know from the Why Did I Get Married enterprise, as well as the Black Hamptons. You will see Lamont Rucker on this channel, on Fave Unite TV, and the amazing work that he did in the movie Voices. You're also going to see a short film by Julianne Reynolds, a woman who is dedicated in her Anglo experience to showcasing and telling stories that come from India and Africa, of those melanated places in the world, to make sure that those stories are seen, told, and heard. Now, again, when you get to Fave Unite TV, you're also going to see an incredible podcast. And we invite you to let us know if you would like to be a guest on stage on Fave Unite TV. We want to make sure that we're again presenting the authentic narrative of those in our community. And if you would like to have your business showcased on stage on Fave Unite TV, please reach out to us by emailing us at info@faveunitetv.com. That's info@faveunitetv.com. Or you can also call us at 816-819-9939. We are very excited to be able to share with you this amazing platform. And we are so thankful to be partnering with the Black Business Network because we are kindred spirits in making sure that the stories of Black businesses and Black people are seen, heard, and told. Thank you so much.
We have some questions.
Would love to answer some questions.
Yeah, sure. What inspired you, Bukeka, to launch Fave Unite TV, and what is its core mission?
Well, what inspired me, as well as my husband Eugene, to launch Fave Unite TV is because we both come from the creative world. I'm a vocalist and songwriter. My husband Eugene is an artist promoter and concert promoter. And what we noticed is that it is very difficult for songwriters, for artists to really have a stage, a place of their own in which they can be seen. We wanted to create something that artists that are of African descent throughout the African diaspora and African Americans have a place that they can call their own in terms of being able to showcase their artistry, as well as be able to tell their story. And so our backgrounds as artists, as creatives, really brought on the desire to create Fave Unite TV.
How does Fave Unite TV differ from mainstream media platforms?
Well, what we love about the unique aspect of Fave Unite is that we offer various ways for people to engage. The fact that we have fans, artists, and venues, and that we're bringing all of those elements together on one platform as opposed to being separated out. We want to make sure that that fans of content that is focused and centered on Black stories and Black storytelling can see it in one place, and that artists who are have various types of gifts and abilities and talents can come to Fave Unite and be in one place, and that businesses, People that offer products and services can then connect with the fans and the artists in one place. And therefore, it creates that community of Fave Unite.
What challenges did you face while building this Black-owned media platform?
Well, one of the things I mentioned is that we were initially starting this with the concept of a social media platform, but we knew that there was something else that we needed to do to have a larger reach. And since there were already existing social media platforms that were very robust, we chose to use those as leverage. But when the the world surfaced, that we were able to engage in that, we jumped right in. And it was not without its challenges. Our professions are artists, recording artists, speakers, individuals that are advocates for artists, but we are not technical people. So we had to bring in the technical people to make sure that all the platforms were running smoothly, paywalls are able to accept payments, that we could have a great subscription model, and that we had all the things that we needed to make sure that the streaming platforms could work and work efficiently. So we had learning curves.
How does Fave Unite TV contribute to authentic Black storytelling?
Well, that is a great question. And the way that it contributes to authentic Black storytelling is to make sure that we are finding stories that people haven't really seen and heard, but they're out there. There are so many artists, so many filmmakers, so many creators that that are not, I would say, a part of a more um oh, what is the word I'm looking for? That people who are creatives often find themselves in situations where we're stereotyped. And so we wanted to make sure that we were offering stories that did not fall along the stereotypical lines and how Africans, African Americans, and people throughout the African diaspora are defined. So that is what we are dedicated to doing, to making sure that the stories are authentic and real. For example, we are kicking off tomorrow the the finale of the My Black Experience Challenge. And what we did, and this is so unique, we were able to have artists from 5 different African countries showcase their talent by submitting their videos, their spoken word, their dance, their short films across several different countries. And what they've told us, Dr. Leah, is that this is the first time they've ever seen anything like this in the world. And they had been craving for a way for them to connect with different African countries. And this platform here in the United States enabled them to do that. And trust me, the stories that you see here, the presentations that you see from the My Black Experience Challenge, which you can find on our YouTube space, is absolutely authentic and so unique and so representing a variety of ways of how Black people show up in the world. This particular one focuses on countries in Africa, but we are absolutely going to be expanding that throughout the African diaspora.
Great. So can you share the significance behind the motto, "When fans rule, everyone wins"?
Absolutely. And I'm so glad that you asked that question right after sharing with you about the My Black Experience Challenge. So essentially, we know that fans make the difference, and we wanted to honor how fans engage with artists. So for the My Black Experience Challenge, we did a very simple task. We said, we're going to place all of the semifinalists and let me go back for just a moment. When we first started this, we had no idea of how many people were going to actually respond to the ad that we ran in 7 different countries in Africa. And we thought we would get maybe about 50 or 60. We got 107 submissions. And then we had to narrow that down. We had to narrow that down. So there are artist hubs all across these different countries. And so we had the artist hubs essentially assist in the process of narrowing the field. But once we got down to 43 submissions, we basically put those submissions, all of them, on the My Black Experience playlist on Fave Unite TV YouTube, and had people vote for their favorite artist by giving comments and likes, and all of those comments and likes added up to points that put people in various positions. We are now going to reveal who the top 3 are on August the 2nd at 9 a.m. Central. So we would love to invite you and everyone who is watching to stay tuned and come to Fave Unite TV so that you can see the live stream of those winners being announced. And what we say is that this is the proof of concept that when fans rule, everyone wins.
How did the partnership between Fave Unite TV and the Black Business Network come about?
Well, wonderful question. In fact, one of our core partners in Fave Unite, her name is Dr. Enolia Harris Pedro, introduced Fave Unite to the Black Business Network, and it's been an amazing experience and partnership. Dr. Enolia Pedro is a world-class instructor. She is our Chief Content Officer at Fave Unite, and felt that because of her knowledge of the Black Business Network, it was important that we connect with Dr. Eric Kelly, and that was a wonderful partnership and has been a wonderful partnership. So we're really glad to be here. We also make sure that Black Business Network Olympics is on Fave Unite TV so that people who are streaming our platform can get access and see all of the amazing business owners that are on Black Business Network. We were so fortunate to have Dr. Eric Kelly present at the My Black Experience Summit, and many of those participants are still quoting him to this day. When you do not value your value, your value is not as valuable. And they walked away from that and still speak it to this day. So it's important that as as leaders in the streaming space that focuses on Black people, that Fave Unite TV and the Black Business Network have a strong alliance, and we're so excited to have that.
What impact do you envision this collaboration having on Black entrepreneurs globally?
Well, the fact that so many Black entrepreneurs, that number continues to increase. We, both Black Business Network and Fave Unite TV, need to make sure that these entrepreneurs have a way to showcase what they're doing. And we can't be limited in how we do that. We've got to be able to do that in such a way that they know that they have lots of ways to showcase who they are and what they're doing so that they can get new clients and have clients on an international scale, and make sure that people know how to reach them and what types of services they have. And I would say that the Black Business Network has already done an amazing job of that, and we're just here to amplify that as well.
How will this channel serve as a recruitment platform for global speakers and business leaders?
Absolutely, particularly with our Fave Unite Academy. We are looking for business leaders, for instructors, for those that have a wonderful need a wonderful educational platform. Fave Unite TV is the place to come. So we invite you to go to faveunite.com and enroll through the process so that we can reach out to you and have a greater conversation about how we can have you on the Fave Unite Academy platform.
What kind of business success stories will be featured on this new channel?
Well, we have had already some amazing success stories. I'm going to go back to the movie Voices. Now, you would think that a two-time Oscar winner and a Hollywood producer would easily be able to have their film on on a platform that everyone could see. Now, this film was shot in 2020. It is only now, Dr. Leah, that they've been able to have their film on a platform that they can tell the people that starred in the film where they can go see it. So this is a huge success for them as creative entrepreneurs, as well as Dr. Enolia Pedro with her course called or her platform called Wombology. She had been thinking about this for years, and when Fave Unite FM came about, that was the ticket that she needed to have her dream of women's voices being able to come together on one platform where women's voices reign. So yes, we have some amazing success stories. This platform has opened the door for creatives and entrepreneurs to showcase who they are and have a new form of success for their business and their creativity.
How do you plan to ensure ongoing support and growth for Black businesses through this initiative?
Well, again, one of the things that we offer is marketing. So, for example, let's go back to filmmakers. One of the things that creatives need and those in the filmmaking space, they have phenomenal creativity. They have phenomenal ability, and they may even have enough um, uh, enough leverage and enough contacts to help them create their movie. But then they've got to market it. And that's one of the things that is a big challenge for filmmakers is that they don't have a way to really market their film once it's done. Well, we offer that. Same with businesses or online instructors that have a service or a platform they want to share with the world that they're charging a fee for. We have that on Fave Unite Academy, in which this is a place where they that can turn the tide or turn the curve of their profitability for their courseware. So we're very excited to be able to have that platform and to help others be successful in their work as they join with Fave Unite TV to have their work seen and their stories told and be heard.
Why is media representation important for Black entrepreneurs?
Oh my goodness, it's so important. In fact, that is one issue that we see specifically in the African American market. In the African American market, African Americans spend almost $2 trillion annually. That is the buying power. But what we are finding continually is that even though they have a strong buying power, they still don't see themselves in the media. You might find a person in a commercial every now and then, or you might see them on a prime time series, but not to the degree as you see everyone else. And so, therefore, that extends as well to products. Now, when you're going, if you just look at regular television and you start to see, who are the commercials or who are the people that are the entrepreneurs that are advertising, you see very, very few, a minuscule of people that are melanated at all being able to share with an audience what their business is. So I encourage people in the Black Business Network to also come to Fave Unite TV so that you can have a place for product placement, so that you can have a place to share your services. And you can also use this platform to educate people about what you do, how you do it, and how people can get in touch with you and be monetized at the same time while you're doing that.
How can Faith Unite TV help bridge the gap between Black businesses and global markets?
We're a global platform. We are a global platform. And so the fact that we are focusing on making sure that Black businesses have the ability to provide product placement of their actual products or their services within content that you see on Fave Unite TV, that is how we can assist Black businesses expand into a global market.
What advice do you have for aspiring Black entrepreneurs looking to gain media exposure?
Well, one of the first things I would say is to make sure, because we're in the media, that you've got a polished product and you have a polished delivery of your product, because people are watching and they want to know how they can benefit from your product. And because they're getting it through this type of media, you only have a little bit of time to let people know what it is that is so incredibly wonderful and powerful about your product. So I would make sure that entrepreneurs come prepared to be able to pitch, be able to share about their product, be able to do it in a seamless and professional manner. And some people think, well, that's too expensive. No, it's not. If you've got a phone with a great camera on it and you can get a little lapel mic that makes sure that you have you make sure that you have as much noise reduction as possible, you can create an amazing a commercial or ad for your product. There's also all kinds of free editorial software, editing software that you can use that's easy to manipulate. So get the tools of the trade and learn how to put together some pieces that are going to make your brand stand out.
How do you see this platform shaping the future of Black business ownership?
Well, what our desire is that more Black people, more people throughout the African diaspora will see Faith Unite TV and see themselves and see themselves being able to make an impact and be able to participate in their own success because they can see themselves on Faith Unite TV.
What strategies do you see to attract corporate sponsors and investors to support Black businesses?
Great question. And it ties in somewhat to the question before and how they can be seen. Make sure that you are giving a polished message, but then you've got to get it to the people, and you want to be able to build relationships, and being able to build relationships goes beyond what you're able to do online. Sometimes you've got to make calls. You got to go have that coffee with somebody. You've got to let them know that this is what you're here to do, and be passionate about what it is that you're doing. So building key relationships is very important. Making sure that you have a polished and concise message is also very important. But then you've also got to make sure that your product and service has a great deliverable, so that when you're partnering or when you're doing some strategic planning by leveraging those in the community that might help you, they feel confident about standing behind you and being able to walk with you on your journey. So that strategy of making sure that you have a polished message, that you are connecting and building relationships with individuals are very important. The other thing is we focus so much on what's in front that what everybody can see. You've got those behind the scenes things that you've got to also make sure of, making sure that your legalities and your finances and all of those things are in alignment, so that when you do partner with various organizations, companies, they have an even greater sense of confidence in working with you. For example, and we're so excited, this is a big milestone for Fave Unite TV. We actually trademarked the name Fave Unite 10 years ago. And with the forethought of knowing that this would be a legacy company. And so we're so excited because every 10 years you just kind of have to revamp your trademark and make sure that everything is in alignment. And so the fact that we've been able to do that in at this time, that means that by 2035 we're still intact. So that means that businesses working with Fave Unite know that we're here for the long haul and that we are here to leave a legacy.
Whoa. Thank you, Bukeki, for sharing such powerful insights. Is there a way that you're welcome? Is there a preferred way that we can connect your audience with you? Perhaps a website?
Absolutely. I want you to go to faveunite.com. That's FAVUNITE.com. faveunite.com. There you'll be able to subscribe to our newsletter. You'll be able to then go to the other pieces of media outlets that we have. Fave Unite TV and Fave Unite Radio. And then also, if you're looking to be a part of this community where you can become an instructor and help people to have information that as you have your own genius, you can stay on faveunite.com and enroll as a Fave Unite Academy instructor. You can always email info@faveunitetv.com. That's info@faveunitetv.com. Artist, you can go on to faveunitetv.com and submit submit who you are as an artist. So there's an artist portal on faveunitetv.com. As well as Fave Unite Radio. If you have a submission that you would like to discuss, go ahead and email us at info@faveunitetv.com. You can also call our hotline, 816-819-9939.
Genius is common. See you on the other side.
Thank you.
You are a Black-owned business and you're looking for new ways to expand your reach. Or you're a creative and you have an amazing story that needs to be told, seen, and heard. Well, at Fave Unite TV, we're streaming the diverse and authentic narratives of Black American culture. At Fave Unite TV, you have access to product placement, feedback loops, promotional spotlights, and other ways to showcase your brand. And we have fans all around the world that can't wait to see what you're up to. So come to Fave Unite TV because we are showcasing the culture 24/7 with Black stories and Black storytellers. Subscribe to faveunitetv.com today. And for more information, email us at info@faveunitetv.com or call our hotline at 816-819-9939. Fave Unite TV, one of the largest platforms showcasing Black American content in the world.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglasses. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at it. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
Hi, I'm Eric Kelly III, and today I'd like to introduce you to my art. Welcome to the Eric Kelly III Museum, located in Durham, North Carolina. Today we're going to be discussing my art, my journey, and where I'm going next. You know, the past, the today, and the future. When I think about the beginning of my work, I have to go all the way back to when I was about 4 years old. And my grandmother gave me a pen, and I was in church. And I took that pen and I began to draw. And as I was drawing later on, my grandmother said that the picture that I drew then looked like the choir that was in the church. And so my affinity for utilizing the ink pen to do work still happens today. Now, many times when we begin to talk about art, the question always is, what is the intent? Why do you do art? What makes you an artist? And so, as we look at my early years, I was not thinking about what I was drawing. I was just in love with drawing. I remember in the 5th grade when a young man, one of my friends, came to my desk and saw me drawing, and he said he'd like to draw. And so I said to him, anyone can draw. Because in my mind as a young kid, my art was just a way of, I would say, expressing how I felt. And so each day I would give him triangles and squares and show him how to draw. And so in my mind, I wanted to be an art teacher. And being an art teacher, I thought I could give back to other young people, other folk, how I felt about art. And so as we moved through my timeline and moved past the 5th grade, I began to draw, I would say, comic book figures, you know, a lot of figures, a lot of pictures of what I saw in comic books. And one of the things that I noticed about me at an early age, maybe it was because my grandmother was a civil rights leader, maybe it was because my great-grandfather wanted me to be a lawyer, and he took me each day from Scarborough Nursery School down to the courthouse to watch what was going on at the courthouse. And maybe it was me watching television and seeing the civil rights movement happening and seeing things that was going on. But I remember when I was about 12 that there was this thing called identity. You know, say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. And the music that I was hearing was just so different until I began to change the white images that I looked at to black images. I can remember the Incredible Hulk that I changed into the Incredible Bullock. You gotta understand, I was a kid, you know. Tarzan. I did Tarzan wrestling with an alligator in the jungle with an afro. And so this whole thing of black identity was prevalent on my mind as a young artist. Many times people say artwork is political. And I continue to say that not only artwork is political, art is what is your identity, but more importantly, what is your intention? And so as I moved through those years, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, I began to look at the difference between how I felt and how I saw things. And one of the things that I noticed early on is that I could actually hear tones and hear music and I would see colors in terms of what I was drawing. Many times I found myself talking to people and I would say, I can draw you if I think about you. And that was one of the games I used to play when I was a young kid. I would talk to somebody, I would listen to them, and then I would go home and I'd get my sketch pad and I would actually draw them. Many times when I was coming up, I used to tell people that if you talk about what you want, I could draw some lines, and then I can go and create that particular object. Intention, identity, and color was very prevalent in my work at an early age. I remember my first paper mache dog that I did. It was white, and my teacher kept the paper mache dog. And my great-grandfather used to say to me that don't give my artwork away. And so he said, only sell to collectors. And so at 7 years old, he started a museum for me called the Eric Kelly III Museum that would house my artwork in his house, along his halls, and house my writings. I'm also a poet. I do poetry, 3 portrait CDs that I've done in the past, along with some more interesting writing. My work, again, as I said before, is about identity and intention. When you think about colors, and we will see some of those pieces later on, but the colors and portraiture that I've moved into, very, very important. Initially, I was doing a lot of figuration, and that figuration was a lot of history pieces. Now, fortunate for many artists, they have what I would say, some guidance, some leadership. When I was growing up, once I got to the 12th grade, 3 of my teachers, Sandra Dowd, Miss Corbett, and Miss Cousins, pulled me into the teacher's lounge. And my art teacher, Sandra Dowd, said to me that I was cheating the world because I was not doing enough art. And she said each day that she give out a project, that I would come in the day of the project and do the best piece in the school. And I used to think about that because I wasn't really aware in terms of my art. I just was doing art. And so my English teacher said that, well, this year you're not going to graduate. And my history teacher says, that is correct, you're not going to graduate. And so you got to understand, back in those days, graduation, senior year was very important. And so what I did was I said to them, y'all can't do that. And they said, yes, we can, because we control your grades. And so I sat there and I listened to them as they began to tell me what they wanted me to do my senior year so that I could do more art. And many times when you have people that come into your life and say they want you to do something and you have your own mission and ideas of what you want to do, sometimes you just, don't do it. But in those days, I was the guy who was very popular in high school. So I thought to myself, this is only a challenge. And so each morning, I would draw for my English class, the Macbeth, the Odyssey. For my history class, which was a Black history class, I would draw about the transatlantic slave trade, great African Americans who went on before, like Crispus Attucks, Martin Luther King, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, Malcolm X. And these are the kind of pictures that I was drawing. They were historical figures. And I found myself doing the work late at night and bringing those pieces to high school and give them to the teachers the day of. And I think those teachers thought that by me doing the work that I was doing, that I was giving the work to them. But as I said before, my great-grandfather said, don't give your work away. Always sell your work for what it's worth. And more importantly, sell to collectors. And so the Eric Kelly Museum has been a private museum only selling to collectors. And so when the end of the year came, I had drawn enough work to fill a whole hallway in the high school. And as I said before, I started out doing figuration and doing historical pieces. And I hadn't yet started thinking about what my intent was going to be. Why was I doing the work? I was doing the work because I was asked, not because there was this urge deep down inside saying, I'm going to draw all of this work. And so at the end of the year, I received the Links Best Artist in the State. And this is what has propelled me to become the artist I am today. I looked at the art award that I received and I thought about where did I want to go to college. And so I had letters coming to me. I was in the news, I was on television and all these great things. I had these things to happen. And so I had letters coming to my house to go to different schools. And my great-grandfather used to say there are 5 things that you need to think about as you live. He said, number 1 is to think. Number 2 is to sell something. Number 3 is to do research. Number 4 is to be relentless. Number 5 is to have energy in everything that you do. And so I started on my quest for understanding that art was going to be what I wanted to do. And so I did research on the schools in Durham, North Carolina. And for those who don't know about Durham, North Carolina is a space where black people, 49% black people, were engaging in economics everywhere. You know, Durham was the tobacco capital of North Carolina at one time. And so when I was a young man and I lived in Federal Street Projects, I could walk down to Pettigrew Street, not to Parish Street, because Parish Street is considered Black Wall Street now, but before Parish Street, there was Pettigrew Street. And on Pettigrew Street was Service Printing, black men owned it, the Regal Theater, black men owned it, the Barber Shop, WAFR, and the taxi cabs. And I could see black people doing great things right there on Pettigrew Street. And Pettigrew Street was probably about 4 or 5 blocks from where I stayed. I remember going to the Regal Theater, seeing Hercules and all these movies as a young man. But the thing that really impressed me about Pettigrew Street was I saw black people doing black things. And so as I did my research to see where I was going to go to school, I discovered that North Carolina Central University was one of the top schools with black professors. And one of the things that I wanted to do, you know, as a young person is I wanted to go to a school where I could study in the class, and then I also could go to the library and pick their books up and read more about what they were talking about, so I would be immersed into the art. And so at that time, North Carolina Central University did not have an art scholarship program. And so remember what I said earlier about my great-grandfather. He said, think, and then say, and do research. And so in doing my research and thinking, I said to myself, I want to take my portfolio down and ask them to come to that school for art. Now, many people don't know, and I didn't know at the time, that Ernie Barnes, who is one of the greatest artists who've ever come out of Durham, North Carolina, didn't know that Ernie Barnes had gone to North Carolina Central University. That was not, in my mind, something that I knew. I was an artist who was influenced by the people that I knew, not the books that I read, but the people that I actually knew. And so I took my portfolio down to Atlanta Henderson at North Carolina Central University. My portfolio was full of historical art, as I said before, because that's all I was doing. Many times you hear the idea that all art is political art. While I wasn't thinking my art was political, my art was always about identity as a black man, as a black person, as a black entity on the planet. And so I left my portfolio with Dr. Henderson, and a week passed, and they sent me a letter offering me an art scholarship at North Carolina Central University. This was probably one of the greatest days of my life. As my grandmother at the time said to me, she said, well, since you're going to school for free, I'm going to give you the family car. And you know, when you're thinking about your life and how things transpire to get you where you're going, these are the kinds of things that move you to believe in yourself. My grandmother used to say, you can do anything that you want to do. Just stand up for yourself and do it. And so, with that being said, my grandmother gave me the family car, and off to North Carolina Central University I was. And, you know, one of the first heartaches that I would say that I had at North Carolina Central University was the whole I'm on art scholarship. And why I say it was a heartache is because the other students that was in school in those days, they knew I was on art scholarship. I didn't know they knew I was on art scholarship. So when classes began and I was asking the other students about painting, because in high school I had done 3 paintings, hadn't done a lot of painting. As a matter of fact, I was self-taught for my painting. My art teacher, Sandra Dowd, said to me, and I'll never forget it, she said, you're an artist. I don't have to tell you what to do. Just take the paint and put it on the canvas and you will figure it out. And that was my first foray into painting. And I did pretty good. I created an abstract, I created a couple other paintings, and I was doing pastels at the time. And pastels was my first love after pencil and ink pen. And so what I did was I utilized my pastel skills as a way of painting. So when you actually see some of my painting, it looks like pastel, because that's how I mix, that's how I match my colors, that's how I draw, that's how I utilize my line work on my paintings, just like pastels. And we'll get an opportunity to see some of those things as we move forward. And so as I got to college, I won't ever forget, I was asking a young lady how to paint. And she said, you got an art scholarship, you ought to know how to paint. And this was a heartbreaker for me because I came from a background of people helping people to get to where they go. And so with that in mind, in terms of how I was raised, never raised to say to people, I can't help you, I'm not going to help you, you got something, so go do what you do. And so this was a daunting task for me because I was looking at seniors doing artwork, and I was expected at that moment to be able to do work just as well as the seniors were able to do the work, because in their minds, I had an art scholarship, and that art scholarship meant that I had some magical powers, some great art in me that they didn't have. And so I was very, very depressed on that day. I remember it like it was yesterday, because what I did was, as they laughed at me, as they looked at me with those eyes of, I don't know why you got an art scholarship if you can't paint kind of feeling, I just walked out of the classroom, got into my car, and I drove home. And I sat in my house, in my grandmother's house. I sat there and I just thought, why am I going to college? Do I want to go back to college? Do I want to continue this thing called art? I wasn't sure. I just sat there and sat there and sat there. And then in the back of my mind, I could hear Sandra Dowd saying, you're an artist. All you got to do is put the paint on the board and work it out. I could hear Miss Corbett saying, when I brought her the pieces of artwork, oh, this is great. I'm going to be able to talk about Macbeth today, and we're going to utilize these pieces. I could hear in the back of my mind Miss Cousin saying, when you look at Eric Kelly, he looks dumb. But when he opens his mouth, he is brilliant. He holds class from one side of the classroom while we are doing class, and he can answer all the questions about history. And I could hear these things in my mind while I was sitting there thinking, do I even want to go back? I tell people all the time that peer pressure is a major pressure on many people if they can't handle it. Fortunately for me, my great-grandfather, my grandmother, and my moms always said to me, you can do whatever you want to do. Listen to what you want to do first and follow your dream. And so my art class was on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And my class that I went to was on a Monday. On Tuesday, I didn't go to art class. Wednesday, I didn't go to art class. So on Thursday, I decided that I'm going to go over there to North Carolina Central, and I was going to paint. Now, you got to understand, as a young kid, a young black man, when you're thinking about your identity, you're thinking about what you want to do, and people are pressing against you and doubting who you are and really identifying and seeing who you are. You gotta understand, you're not the guy that I am today. You are a young man who has fear, a young man who's uncertain, a young man who is asking the question, why am I here? And so on that Thursday, I went to the art department at 4:00 when I knew most of the students were not there. And I went to my board and I pulled out my paints and I started painting. And I just kept painting. And I just kept painting. And I continued to paint. I was working it out, trying to figure out what in the world was I doing. And I remember when I got to the art department and I thought about what I wanted to paint. And I painted a piece that if people saw it today, they probably would say that it's racist. If people saw it today, they would probably say, what was he thinking? What was his intent? But I had done a piece in history, in Black history class, of a slave being hung. And it showed a plantation owner grabbing slave in his hair, getting ready to put the slave into a rope. The name of the picture was I Didn't Do It. And the picture was about a slave who witnessed something that happened and told other people on the plantation, and then the master decided to hang him for talking about it. And in this piece also has the Ku Klux Klan in the back, the fiery cross in the back, and all of that crazy stuff I was doing back in that day. And I began to paint that picture. And as I was painting that picture, I could see exactly how to paint. I don't know why or what, but I could actually see how to paint. And so I was there from 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I looked up, it was 4 o'clock in the morning. I took my sheet that we had in art class and I laid it over the piece, and I jumped in my car and I went home. And so my class was Friday morning at 11 o'clock, 11:35. And so I got to class late that day, and somebody had pulled my sheet off of my painting, and the whole entire class was standing around my piece. You know, when you are uncertain about who you are and what you're doing sometimes, and you're looking for validation, it kind of gets in the way of how you make art. And what I mean by that is, I was not looking for validation. I was looking for how to paint. And by looking for how to paint, I created something that nobody expected to come from me, because just 2 days prior, I was asking people in class how to paint. And so this has been a part of who I've always been, is the kind of person who looks at something from a perspective, and instead of asking a question, I delve into it and make a change and make a difference. And so as the kids were standing around my piece, I walked into class, and true to form, I am never been a person who is always trying to talk about what I do. As my great-grandfather used to say, great people are not people who are walking around talking about being great. They're doing great things. And so I walked in and I walked past the students, and I started to pull out my paints in my box. And one of the students said to me, and this was a moment in my life when I really realized that I didn't need validation from people in me making my art. I just needed to continue making art. One person said, "That's not yours. What are you doing?" And I turned and I looked at the student, most of us seniors, and I said, "It is mine." I said to them, I worked on it from 4 o'clock until 4 o'clock yesterday morning. And then one of the students just said, "I just can't believe it." And I just turned and began to work on my work. This has been what's happened to me in art all my life. It's never been about me looking to be a great artist. It's always been about, what is the identity? What is the intent? Why do I draw? What about this practice that I have? What about this museum that I have that makes me continue to draw and paint? And so in college, it was very, very interesting after that time as I created my first piece. And then all of a sudden, the other students start asking me questions about how I did it. And that was more important to me than anything else. Not that I did it, but being asked how. And as I said before, I utilize my artwork or utilize my painting as as I was doing pastels. Pastels was my first love. And once I got to college, I had to began to think about what my identity, what I was going to do in art. Was I going to be doing figuration? Was I going to be doing scenes? What was I really going to do? And I remember Carlisle, who was one of my teachers. Mr. Carlisle. I remember Mr. Carlisle. And Mr. Carlisle was a teacher, an art teacher, who said to me, he liked the way I was doing large pieces. And that large pieces was something different from what the other students were doing. And so what I decided to do was to try to figure out what kind of artist I wanted to be. You know, I opened up talking about identity and intention. And I'm going to talk about power and color and emotions later. But what kind of artist was I going to be? And so Mr. Carlisle and Kennedy and some of the other teachers decided that they were going to take us art students to Washington, D.C. and taking us to Washington, D.C. to a art show by an art show curated called 200 Years of African American Art. And you have to understand that in those days, the information that we got was just so powerful. It was not information that we didn't look at the information, but we looked at the information and worked on analyzing why it existed. And so had an opportunity to go to Washington, D.C. There was over 85 pieces of artwork by different artists from all over the world. And that's when I first saw Aaron Douglas. I had known about Romare Bearden. I had known about Ernie Barnes because Ernie Barnes came from Durham, North Carolina. And I knew about Ernie Barnes because of Good Times. And I knew about Ernie Barnes because he went to Hillside, that same high school that I went to. And many times when we were drawing as young kids, we would always get, you try and draw like Ernie Barnes. That's Ernie Barnes. That kind of like Ernie Barnes. And so my mind was like, I didn't want to be a copy or a duplicate of any other artist, but I wanted to know what these other artists were doing and who they were. And then I ran across a man by the name of Charles White. And this is where my entire existence was shook. Because I believe that art is the expression of how one feels. And we walked into this big room, and on this room was a mural. And this mural looked like I drew it. It looked like my work. Mr. Carlisle said it, Mr. Kennedy said it, and I was looking at it and I was like, how can this be? How can this man's work be like my work? And who in the world is Charles White? And so this was a journey to kind of discover who he was, why he drew the way that he drew, what was the political part of the kind of art that he was doing. And more importantly, in those days, some artists was doing something that they call today super realism. And that's what Charles was doing. Charles was drawing these pieces with asymmetrical lines, and the line work was just so awesome. And so after discovering Charles White, I began to study Charles White. And of course, I was always studying Ernie Barnes. And so I had to figure out what I was going to put in the art canon. Was I going to continue to draw these kinds of pieces like the Charles Whites? Was I going to continue to draw the pieces like Ernie Barnes? And so I talk about intention and identity and what my work really represents. And what I say to many people, that my work represents world peace. That's what my work represents. The colors that I use, the line work that I use. I'll share with you a little bit later some of the pieces and some of the line work that I do. But my work is about bringing people together, having them to see each other without seeing black or seeing white, without seeing color. I decided that I would do portraits, instead of doing themed pictures. Now, I still do theme and scene work also, but I decided that I would do portraiture, that I would do portraits, and that I would take colors and use them as emotional tones. Many times I sit down and then I hear music and I see colors. I hear people having conversations, I see colors. And so I decided that doing portraits of people and how they feel and how they look would be an impact on how people feel. And so I can remember going to New York City during the summers and just sitting on the stoop in Harlem and just watch people go by and just try to see what they were thinking. And they was arguing, how the intensity of that argument was, and the facial expressions. And I was always amazed by how people reacted. And each time that I would see people responding or moving, I would always see a different color that I could see in my paintings. And so I started drawing pieces in colors. And so my work has morphed from just doing the figuration into just doing portraiture, even though my next series of paintings are going to be dedicated to black women. That's going to be an awesome set of work that I'm going to work on. I can't wait. And so when you look at my work and you look at my portraits, you'll notice that I'm working to capture an emotion. When I do a piece in green and white, I'm looking at capturing an emotion. When I do a piece in a red, white, and blue, or as the Nipsey Hussle piece that I did, or as I would say, the rap piece that I did, which is a piece that shows the California colors, the American colors, and the African colors. And so I'm utilizing all these colors to make you, the viewer, see an emotion and get a feeling from that particular piece. My intent is to push you away from looking at a scene, but looking at how somebody is being seen. And that's what my portraiture work is all about. For the last 20 years, I've worked on work that transcends time. Pieces on my grandmother, my mother, in what I call lines, colors, and emotions. And when you sit back and you think about that first day in college when I didn't know how to paint, and you think about now where I'm painting every day, you can understand what identity for me has always been about. We hear about black female artists. We hear about white women artists. We hear about white men artists, the Michelangelos, the Monets, and all of these guys, the Picassos. But what we don't hear is about many black men artists and what is their intent and identity in the black art canon. I don't want to be revered as a black artist. And one of the reasons that I moved into doing the kind of work that I'm doing is because I want to be revered as an American artist. I don't want to be revered as a black man artist, even though I'm a black man. I want to be revered as an artist that painted people portraits in different colors to get emotions from the viewer. I want my pieces to be large enough that it impacts you as you're looking at it, as opposed to you're just looking at a piece. You know, the colors are symbols and emotions that I get when I'm listening to music, when I'm painting. And so I want my audience to begin to look at my pieces as if it's an emotion, not just a painting, an emotion. And when you talk about all art being political, my work is about, again, how do we develop world peace through art? And I believe the way that we get to world peace through art is by stop looking at art as being black or being white and looking at art as an entity of making, or as some people say, as creating a piece where you get emotions, where you get feelings, where you get an idea of what my intent is when I was actually creating or making the art. That is kind of where I am today in terms of my work. When you think about my great-grandfather, so many years ago when I was 7 years old, walking into my bedroom saying that he wanted me to be a lawyer, and he asked me what did I want to be, and I said I wanted to be an artist. And at that moment, he made a decision to create for me the Eric Kelly III Museum. After we went to look at museums to see what they were about, you have to understand that the future of what I would like to see happen is museums for artists who have been marginalized, for people who we don't talk about. Why is there not an Ernie Barnes Museum in Durham, North Carolina? Why is there not a Romer Bearden Museum in his hometown? Why is there not a museum for black artists so that our young people can see how they went through the process of how they do work? And so with my museum, it's been kind of a blueprint for these kinds of things. The Eric Kelly Museum houses the collective writings, the collective works of my work for over 65 years. And one of the things that I would like to see happen is many, many more museums for great artists. When you sit back and you talk about Basquiat, for example, great artist, a New York artist, where's his museum? Where's a place or a space for us to go and see his work? I talked about Ernie Barnes, a Charles White, for instance. Where can we go and learn about Charles White? Another gentleman, and I could go on and talk about the Kennedy Wiley, who's doing awesome work, Lisa Butler, who's doing awesome work, Mark Bradford, who's doing awesome work. We can go around the country and around the world and see the Van Gogh Museum. We can see the Richard Steele's work, Clifford Steele, work. We can see all of these white artists around the world. Museums. Where are the black museums for our young people to see the greatness of these artists who have gone on before us? You know, I also do photography work, and Gordon Parks was a great photographer. But think about it for a moment. Other than seeing the exhibit of Golden Park's photography, where can you go and study him, the man? One of the reasons that I'm doing this video is because when you look at or talk about artists, many times we have people to narrate what was that artist thinking about, okay? And what was he feeling about what he was doing? And you don't get the conversation from the artist. The artists don't talk about the line work. The artists don't talk about the color. The artists don't talk about how he got to where he is. There's always somebody else talking about how he got there. Van Gogh, for instance, they talk about him cutting off his ear and sending it to somebody. They talk about the Starry Night piece. From their perspective, they don't talk about, or we don't hear Van Gogh say, well, the reason I did Starry Night because I was depressed and I was thought tonight this was a piece I was studying to do these kinds of things, and this how the Starry Night happened. We don't get that story. So you really don't know the intent. And so I want to do a conversation about the intent of my work. My portraits, my lines and my colors are put together in a way to pull from you an emotion of how you feel about people on the planet. My pieces are human landscapes. I want you to look at my work and see the lines as the age of the people who I'm painting. When I talk about sitting in North Carolina on my stoop, or sitting in New York City, or going to Chicago, going to New Orleans, going to California, and going to all these different places and watching people, I want you to understand that I'm watching people to see how they move, how they react, how they respond, what makes them them. And so when you see my work, you may see a piece and say, that looks like this person, or that looks like that person, or that looks like this woman or this man. Well, what I do is I watch people and then I create the feeling that I got from those people. So while my pieces may look like certain folk, in my mind, they are sending out a message of emotion, feelings, and ideas and presence. And that's my intent. My intent is not to just paint pictures and you like them. My intent is to pull something from you deep down. My pieces are spiritual. The lines sometimes remind you of African mask. The lines remind you of lights and darks. The lines remind you of energy, of hope and presence. That's why I do the work that I do. Now, I could easily do figurative work. I could easily do scenes. But I had to ask myself one question. How do I do something that's going to be different, that's going to stand the test of time and say Eric Kelly III was here, and this was his work, this was his style, this is what he was thinking as he did artwork. And so as you look at my work, my earlier pieces, as I said before, were historical pieces, historical places in time. And then you look at my work now, you'll notice that I've morphed into doing work that brings about that whole emotional feeling from you to the work. And that's where we are today. sculptures and paintings presented by Eric Kelly III. These are new creations by me as an artist. These are the creations for art for the next 20 years of my practice. Creating these pieces of art that are attached to squares, circles, images, lines, and forms. The triangle, very, very instrumental in this piece. Let me introduce myself. I'm Eric Kelly III, and these are paintings and designs for the next 20 years that I've created. It is an attempt to change the world, to create new pieces for people to experience. These lines, shapes, forms, color, with value, and space are creations that I have created. The use of color to change how you feel about who you are, what you are, and why you're here. These paintings are the paintings to be sold. They are the Kellys. These are Eric Kelly III's designs. And as you look at these designs, I want you to understand these are concepts of the art that is created in my mind to be displayed all over the world. Floor paintings, geometrical shapes on walls are all a part of the idea for my art. The fashion portion of the designs that I've created. And these designs are created in different collections. The Pyramid Sound Collection, the Humulus Collection. The Pyramid Sound Collection is a collection of layouts and designs that are utilized in fashion. The Humulus, or the square angles, are a creation of floor paintings and, of course, the interior design or the merchandise, the fashion, the interior design. The Humulus pieces are, and the Pyramid Sound pieces are a part of the fashion from the paintings that I've created. The paintings that I've created are paintings to utilize or merchandise. There are elements and objects that can create a sense of feelings. The square circles, the triangles, the square angles. The elements of art as we look at interior design, these are all a part of the creations that I've created. This is a portfolio of those designs and how they can be used to move people, how they can be used for hats and caps and shirts, how they can be used as objects in parades, floating objects. The Humulus collection of the Square Angles collection is a design that's created for you to think about how you exist. When you begin to think about painting cars, this is a combination of the Square Angles piece. My creations of the monuments, the totem poles, the larger-than-life objects that look at you as you look at them. The Square Angle collection is a collection of over 300 pieces that I've created. The Experience collection is another collection of art that I've created. These are paintings to be painted. The Sixth Sense sound are a collection. And then, of course, the shapes, lines, and color as I call it, the Color of Color collection. All of these are paintings. And of course, as I said before, the Pyramid Sound collection, a collection of lines and colors and angles and movements. The colors are designed to create this image. The Typhoon. The Typhoon collection is a collection of pieces that symbolizes the very intenseness of a typhoon. Then the Hurricane, which is more of a broader, a wider space in time. The Hurricane collection floor paintings. These floor paintings are paintings that you are able to look down on as they look up. The Colorblind collection, a collection of different colors that give you different sights. My vision of this art is to show shapes, to show colors, to show the elements of art, to show forms, depth, weight, patterns, to show how these colors affixed to these objects change how you see these objects, how you can see negative space, you can see positive space, you can see the elements of the objects. The geometrical shapes, the colorblind segment, as you can see the different grays, the different reds, the different blacks. And then the explosion of the vivid colors. The explosion of vivid colors to show you a different element. The paintings in the background are the actual paintings that are created. The pyramids are a part of the paintings that are affixed to the pyramids to make the pyramids move. These are the concepts of my art. These are the art pieces for the next 20 years. These are the pieces that I want to share with the world. The floor paintings that match the pyramid paintings that match the paintings on the walls. The elements that I have created through the pieces in the Eric Kelly III collection. When you begin to talk about color and emotion and space and depth and patterns and forms, these are the creations of art that I have created for the vision of these paintings. When I think about this show and think about the elements in this show, I think about the value and the depth. I think about the space and the time, the form and the dimensions. I think about the triangle. I think about the rectangle. I think about the square. I think about the lines and how all of this comes together to create the elements of my art. The sculpture pieces, the pieces that float in the air, the pieces that make you see these pieces that I have created digitally to be able to see how they would look, not as a concept, but as an actual piece of an art. That's what this is all about. Form, value, elements, lines, shapes, patterns, and weight. Color, light, and frequency. The paintings on the wall are part of the Eric Kelly III collection. The sculptures are the prototypes of what we would like to see as a part of the show. I want you to understand that the elements of this, or the pieces in this show, are the prototypes of what I, as an artist, may never get an opportunity to create. But this gives you an opportunity to see the creations in my mind of the art that I'd like to see projected in the next century. So as you look at the value, the depth of field, the texture, as you look at the fashion, as you look at the form, I want you to understand that the pieces are here to dominate the space. The lines element, the shape element, the form element, the color element are here for you to experience emotions in color. These colors are not just colors to stand, but colors for you to experience emotion. The emotions of color. When you think about this collection, I want you to think about how this collection and why this collection exists in my mind. It exists in my mind as a testament of what I believe color can do for all of us. Color can give us all freedom of space and time. Color can give us freedom of life. These pieces represent the forms of life. As you can see, these colors create a three-dimensional form of geometrical shapes that give you value, depth, and gives you form and patterns. That's what the Color of Color collection is all about. I want you to understand that these are pieces that I want to create. These are pieces that I want to create for galleries, for museums, for spaces, for the life of color. The geometric shape, the paintings that match the colors and space. Pyramid Sound collection, the Humulus collection, the Square Angles collection, the Floatables for Parade collection. This document is to show what my color vision looks like. I want to take you on a journey through color, a journey through the elements of art, lines, shapes, form, color, value and texture, space, the 7 elements of color. This is a show about space and time. A show about giving you an option, moving you into a new world of transformation, bringing you into different shapes, different forms, yes, and texture. As we travel down this road of color, I want you to think about, what does color do to you? How does color meld you into a space of peace? Yes, indeed, this is a journey of art, soul, in color. The designs that you're going to see in this art show is designs of the art of elements. Lights, shadows, squares, triangles, shapes, 3-dimensional shapes, along with floor paintings. Yes, this is a fashion of color. How color intermingles with clothes. how color can bring out the happiness, the joy, and of course, how color can change your mind. These are different collections of the Eric Kelly III Museum. Pyramid sounds, humulus, or as we call it, square angles, the cone, the pyramid, the prism, the octagon, the triangle, the buckyball. This is a show of square angles, of fashion, of what color does when it touches objects, the depth, the weight, the form. How color changes how you look at shoes. How color changes how you see what you see. The value, the depth, the space that color creates when it touches an object. Interior design color, the floors, color collection of clothes, merchandise, as we look at the colors of the collections that touch objects, fashion. Inflatable colors from the collection. Inflatable colors for you to witness. And of course, 3D objects that move down the river. And then the color of cars, how you see those colors on those cars. And then the grand monuments of color, as we begin to look at the sculptures created by Eric Kelly III. The color wheel or the color emotions of paintings, the spheres of color, the emotional gravitational pull of the seven senses. The seven sixths that we believe in and feel as we look at color. And then the collections of squares, lines, circles, pyramid sounds. The colors blast the sounds and changes your emotions. Pyramid sounds, collection, floor art, typhoon of colors, these spheres, two-dimensional. And then, of course, the hurricane collection, a collection of colors that demand weight, demand form, demand attention. Lines, squares, shapes, and colors and objects are part of the colorblind collection. Let's move into this journey of paintings, squares, and triangles inside of the color elements of art. The pyramid, the square,